I've had a few strange experiences in my life. This is the first encounter. This was within the first week or so of September 2010, and I, like thousands of others, had gone back for yet another new year of school. Yay! I didn't really enjoy school much anymore, since someone easily twice my size took it upon himself to bully and beat me damn near daily. And the school, as one might expect, did nothing, because he was a star athlete. But what choice did I have but to return? I had been sent to a nearby shop to get some sandwich supplies to last the week, until my parents went shopping that weekend. I didn't mind it, as the shop is less than 15 minutes away, and I'll get a soda out of it. As I walked, I noticed the streets, which were usually filled with children and dogs. It was dead silent. I shrugged, figuring everyone was trying to adjust to the new school year, and had gone inside and walked their dogs already and made it into the store. Grabbing what I was sent out for and a soda for myself, the woman working that night chatted me up, and I thought I knew her. My anxiety from school made chatting with anyone the last thing I wanted to do, so I found an excuse to cut it short and left for home. Now, let me try to explain the layout here. I could either go straight up the road to get home, or take two different roads that pretty well lead to the same spot, only 5 minutes apart. The two roads are on either side of a now cleared and cut field, but at the time, it was thickly overgrown and served as a shelter for stray animals, rodents, birds, and as a hiding spot for kids who smoked. I always walked straight when alone, because that way is better lit thanks to the houses. I began walking home, cursing the fact that the area of the field itself was poorly lit, having only a dim, usually kaput streetlight on either end of the road. And that was the road that had potholes, large and deep enough to wreck cars if hit at the right or wrong speed/angle. So I walked half carefully, as I decided to walk on the actual street and not the side to avoid the larger of the holes. And suddenly, there was movement in the field next to me, and I turned, expecting the usual cat or something. It was breeding season still, so seeing a cat hunting or carrying kittens was expected. Instead, I saw a head roughly the size of a grizzly, maybe larger, with thick, black fur, pointy ears and a long snout with giant teeth against pitch black gums. I don't remember running home. I remember blinking, and the next thing I knew, I was throwing myself into my house, slamming and locking the door behind me. I told my parents I had seen a giant black dog, and it had charged me. My folks were surprised, as anybody who knows me knows that I would be one to befriend wild animals if I had the chance, and feared no canines. My mum assured me that it was likely a stray or escaped dog that had been abused, and it just wanted the meat I had brought. So I did what anyone would do, believed it. The second encounter happened just after the new year that same school year, so early January 2011. I had decided to go for a walk around 8:30 or 9. I wasn't usually allowed out that late, but seeing as it was Christmas break, my folks agreed as long as I was careful about watching the roads for drunk drivers and whatnot. You know, the usual parent things. I had totally forgotten about what had happened way back in the fall, and had resumed walking those streets all hours of the day and night. The only issue I had was that it was so cold that my iPod froze, literally. I grumbled and placed it into my coat to heat it up, and to hopefully have it playing again. I decided to go to the store to spend a little amount of money, which I had received before heading home. The iPod had been in my coat for about 15 minutes and was still unresponsive. I don't like walking or doing anything really without playing music. So I'm walking fairly slowly, as the road is on a slight downward slope and was coated in layers of ice, slush, and wet snow. As per usual, the street lights were out, so I was relying on lights from the houses or from passing cars. It was only when I realized that I could hear cars coming and going from a distance that I noticed how dead the night was. Holiday season or not, it's never quiet in my town at any time, and the area around the store is usually hectic at all hours. It was at that moment I saw someone standing under one of the very dim streetlights, back to me, in all black. It was too dark to make out anything other than a vague outline, which looked like a tall, bulky man. I thought he could have perhaps been wearing layers to keep out the cold. But all black? A drunk, perhaps. Either way, I immediately got the creeps and was just going to back up the way I came until I got to the nearest working streetlight and then hurried home. It was at that moment that my iPod roared to life and began blasting music at full volume, and the loudest song, Just My Luck, huh? I looked again at this person and felt my blood turn cold. The man had turned his head slightly, showing that he had a long snout, and suddenly, a large pointy ear unfolds and perks up. I don't remember much other than I yelped and bolted home, not slipping out of sheer dumb luck, and by the grace of God. I didn't say much to my parents other than, "Weird man, all black, hanging out around the store." I knew at that point that it was probably a dog man, but I had nobody to tell, and no idea how or if I could kill it. Sure, if my dad saw it, he'd grab his shotgun used for hunting and he'd blast this thing to hell. And my dad believes in these things, but I doubt he'd believe I'd seen something like that here. I mean, I was sure it might have chased me some of the way, but it never really tried to get me, and I never found any proof. Either way, I never left the house again until school resumed. By the spring of 2014, I had totally forgotten about anything that had happened. It wasn't even at the back of my mind at that point. I had resumed my walks, as by then I was an adult and didn't have a curfew anymore. And to help cut down on stray animals being run over, the town cleared out that overgrown patch of land and then sold it or rented it to a nearby business. Anyway, I had taken to walking the streets in that area as it was uphill and various family friends lived throughout. I had also gotten into a habit of stopping to pet the wandering cats, be they stray or otherwise. I'm an animal lover, obviously. This night was one of those nights, and I was kneeling on the ground surrounded by cats, petting them as much as I could. Nothing felt like it was off, and it felt like a normal night. But when a particularly tough, battle-scarred cat that didn't shy away from anything or anyone suddenly yowled and bolted like it was on fire, I jumped to my feet, sending the rest of the cats running. I looked around for anything that could have scared the cats. I was thinking that someone had blasted one of those high-frequency sounds only cats can hear and sent him running. But he had been in the middle of the road and closer to the houses than the others. Then, sitting just out of the light of a back porch, I saw a large, shaggy, black and grey dog. It looked like a wolfhound crossed with a Malamute-type dog. I stared at it, not totally scared, but not too comfortable either. Like I said before, I befriend wild animals if I could, and fear no canines. In fact, I'm looking into legally owning wolves, coyotes, and dingoes someday. I didn't recognize this dog, but figured it was a new resident, rescue or something. Since it was around Easter, someone was visiting. I watched as it started slowly and awkwardly coming towards me. It was a stiff movement, like it was difficult. Not surprising, as it looked like an elderly dog that might have arthritis. However, that idea went right out the window when it came into the light of the house, and I realized that it had hands and was crawling like a person. I noped the hell out of there and bolted home. My grandmother could have been running behind me, and I wouldn't have stopped or slowed down. I looked behind me and saw nothing. My only regret was that I didn't think to warn the family and friends whose houses I ran by. They have kids and pets, likely why this thing stuck around. One of those people runs a mini farm, so this thing has a food source. I've never seen it since, and pray I never do again. I don't go out at night all that much, and when I do, I avoid those roads as much as possible. But it's always in the back of my mind that it could show up again, and I hope it never does. I've since cleansed my home to ward off bad energies, and I like to believe that that has helped in some way. Though I'm confused that somehow, despite showing up in a populated place, I'm the only one who's seen it. I'm just glad I'm not the only one who has seen something like this in general. A cool autumn morning in mid-October is where our story begins, in a small but quaint town near Clemson County, where the Tugaloo River stands. My friends and I, Elle and Jay, went up to the mountainous region to enjoy a weekend full of camping. What we planned to do, aside from lodging and camping out in a rustic cabin, was to hike the vast trails and rugged terrain, to hunt for our meals and sleep underneath the stars. Our trip was planned in advance, and as such, all of us thought we had everything covered, every contingency prepared for. But as we would later discover, we were horrifically wrong in that assumption of ours. Our first morning in the mountains was met with a beautiful sunrise, the likes of which I doubt any of us had ever seen before. Steadily it rose to grace us, blessing all its light touched with warmth and loving radiance. Groggily I got out of bed, still exhausted from the previous night, as I was the one who drove for the last half of the trip. After waking up a little more, I got dressed and headed downstairs to meet the rest of my group, Elle and Jay. As we gathered and sat down for breakfast, we began to discuss the first thing we would do that day, laughing our asses off as we joked and prodded at one another, teasing, making jabs, in an effort to get one of us to drive about the area, so the others didn't have to. We finished packing for the day ahead of us and loaded into the car, the attempts at persuasion from earlier failing me, as I ended up driving yet again, and so began our trek into the wilderness around us. Works for me, I thought, as I drove down the winding trail. I get to see it all up front, while those two make out in the back seat. Now to each their own. I know, but I was a little bit disgruntled at them for not taking in the scenery, so I decided to sweeten the mood. Apparently swerving on a winding incline was not the best course of action, even jokingly, as my prank was soon met with a hard smack to the face. "What the hell?" Elle exclaimed. "Are you gonna be retarded the whole trip?" I chuckled. "Calm down, I was just horsing around. I mean, you two are having your fair share of fun. Isn't it right I only get to have mine?" Elle sneered and said, "Please don't do it again. You just about made me wet myself. I thought we were gonna perish. If you're gonna joke around like that, at least make sure we're not on a narrow bend like this, okay?" I sighed. "Okay, I'm sorry." My apologies, Your Highness. After a while, I chuckled again and said, You know, if I want to be lectured, I'd stay at home and have my ear talked off by my mother. We'd finally reached our destination. The fallen leaves decorated the forest floor, crisply crunching underfoot as we made our way further into the hiking trail, walking deeper into the wooded realm that encompassed us. The trail was peaceful, filled with moments of silence and beauty, all of which was jovially brought to an end as Jay, being the country fan he is, began whistling a beloved tune. Soon we all chimed in, singing Take Me Home Country Roads, as none of us could resist the urge to sing to such a camp-friendly song. We continued humming various melodies, the last marking of the day's end as the sun began to set. The final tune escaped our lips as the moon began to rise, signaling the night's arrival, and with it, the subjects to its rule. The moon's full paleness and eerie light crept through the brambles and thickets of branches, its sickly touch sending chills down our backs. A cold shiver ran throughout our bodies, and Elle began to cling to Jay, obviously frightened, and said, Dill, maybe we should get going, now. You see, Elle's my best friend, and in the time we've known each other, whenever either of us gets a bad feeling, we take heed and turn away from the supposed risk. Just as we started to head back in the direction of the car, a shrill cry rang out, a deafening and blood-chilling wail that snatched away whatever peace and tranquility was left in that night. We stood frozen, with fear as our shackles, anxiety and uncertainty the ball and chain. What the hell was that? Jay quickly asked. Elle hugged him tighter. Did you hear that, Dill? We began to scan the area around us, making out whatever we could in the pale moonlit night. Our ears twitching at every sound they heard, our hearts slowing to a rhythmic pump as we fixated on something in the distance. What appeared to be two glowing, whitish-yellow orbs were in a nearby tree. As quickly as we saw them, the orbs vanished, and that horrific wail resounded soon after, leaving us motionless from fear. Courage or stupidity took hold of us, and we booked it back to the car against our better judgment, as running from a predator was a bad idea due to their instinct to hunt and give chase to fleeing prey. We all came to the unified and unspoken decision that staying there with that thing was a worse idea than doing nothing. Finally, we made it. Jay and Elle got in first and I followed suit. Again, in the driver's seat, and I started the car. As soon as the headlights flicked on, there, in the brush, just barely visible but perceivable enough to make out from its most horrific visage, stood an actual monster. There are no other words for it. Its sickly pale yellow eyes stared into our souls as we looked back with the utmost horror imaginable. Our gaze met. It knew we were terrified of it, and honestly, it took pride in such a notion. Its skin was a reddened color, like tanned hide, only slightly darker, while its face, from what little we could see, was sharp and angular. On the next tree to it lay one of its grotesque hands, just as monstrous as the rest of it, adorned with claws at the tips of its curled, elongated fingers. One leg was partially visible, and, much to our dismay, was bent and misshapen. That's when we knew, if this was a prank, it was the best damn prank ever, as no human leg is able to bend like that. Imagine how a dog's leg would be, or some other animal, with the knee bent backwards, heels resting off the ground, all the while the pads of its feet lay nestled on the forest floor. its sharp claws digging into the dirt and leaves beneath where it stood. Then it cracked what appeared to be a smile, revealing rows of sharp and gnarled teeth, or dare I say, fangs. All of this, as drawn out as it seems, happened in the span of a minute or two. Just as quickly as we saw it, though, it slithered away back into the brush. What in the ever-loving hell was that thing? I asked, fear stinging my throat, tears burning my eyes, with L and J yelling at me to drive away. I snapped back to reality, threw the car into reverse, turned around, and gunned it down the path. To hell if it was a narrow road, and on that notion we agreed. After what felt like an anxiety-ridden eternity, we finally arrived back at the cabin and slowly made our way inside. Not out of nonchalance or lack of care, but from shock and exhaustion, complete with utter disbelief. We all decided to sleep in the same room that night, huddled around one another, cold and pale as the grave. L was passed out from all the excitement of it all, while J was soon to follow from a rundown of his adrenaline high drive. But I managed to stay awake for a while longer, gripping tightly onto my hunting utensil as I sat on the edge of the bed. I tossed and turned and awoke at every sound that came from the woods, unable to get any decent sleep for what seemed to be hours upon hours, until I finally gave in to the idea of a well-rested night. Screw that. I gave a defeated sigh. I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs for a drink and a bite to eat, still on edge as my heart pounded in my chest. There I sat in the kitchen, eating my midnight snack, drinking away whatever that thing was from my memory. All of a sudden, as if on some dreadful cue, a chill runs down my back. It's the same chill I felt right before that creature showed up. A feeling of a lurking nearby danger, one that heralds the tendency for someone to proceed with an air of caution. A light tapping sounded at the window, and without thinking, I turned to look. In the darkness, two whitish, yellow eyes shone from outside, beaming into the cabin as whatever they belonged to searched around. Then, they rose higher into the air, resting almost above the window frame. Whatever this thing was, it was tall, frightfully so. It put its hand on the window, but in the moonlight, it looked wet and redder than it did before. A fresh, vicious substance dripping from its claws. Slowly I backed away, and it did the same, but neared closer and closer to the door as it stepped from the window. Seeing the door was unlocked, I bolted for it and slammed up against it as it creaked, knocking whatever that hideous thing was away, and locking the door. I heard a slight grunt and what sounded like a growl before it spoke. "Let me in, Bill," Elle said from behind the door, her voice deepening and becoming more sinister in tone. "There's a monster out here. Please don't let him get me." I stood there, weapon in hand, tears welling in my eyes, a gasp in my throat, and then it spoke again. But this time it wasn't in Elle's voice. Jay spoke, sinisterly and maliciously, taunting us to open the door. "Let me in, little boy, let me in." It slammed against the door and let out this horrific wail. Then an ungodly scream. Jay and Elle ran downstairs, looking as shocked and horrified as I felt. "Let me in," it demanded again. "Jay, open the door, please. It's not me in there with you." J became as white as a ghost, and then L fell to the ground, passed out from fear and disbelief. "Dylan, Dylan, Dylan." They began to laugh and then spoke in my voice. "If everyone else is having fun, isn't it only fair that I get my fair share too?" I blacked out after that. Morning came, the sun creeping over the horizons, slowly gracing us again. This sunrise was similar to the previous morning, and we finally understood why it had risen so slowly. It wasn't a gradual, majestic sunlight. It was quite the opposite. Disturbed, scared, reluctant to mantle the throne in the heavens above us. We finally understood, and after packing up, we got the hell out of there and never returned. The mountains grew distant and soon faded as I drove back home, although admittedly, I didn't mind being the driver this time. L and J refused to return there to the sprawling mountains, forested Providence of Clemson County. But one day, I will. I love the woods and mountains. Nature itself is too much to be deterred by whatever evil lurks within the darkness there. I just pray that when I do venture back to the Clemson County retreat, all goes well for me, and that I return alive and sane. Here's to hoping. The Malay people, like any other people around the world, have numerous folk beliefs and superstitions. In the Malay Peninsula today, West Malaysia, there is a superstition called Saka. Legend has it that Saka begins with someone striking a deal with a supernatural entity, a jinn for example, to have the entity do something for them. This can range from helping their property safely to getting them rich, or most commonly to give them specific abilities such as midwifery or healing supernatural ailments. The deal involves the person promising that his descendants will take care of the entity when they are gone, and the entity promising to bestow the same aid to the descendant. Things become problematic when the descendant doesn't want to continue with the deal and rejects the legacy. The following is a story of one such situation that I encountered when I was very young. At the time, my family and I lived in a village just outside a town not far from Kuala Lumpur. Our compound bordered a much larger compound which belonged to a religious teacher whom the locals affectionately called Lek. I think it's a term of endearment and respect from an older man in Javanese, but my Javanese isn't that good. The compound was a large one. It comprises a large traditional style house, a small grove of fruit trees, and a small hut in the middle of the grove. There were always people coming and going at the house. Many of the local children go to the house to learn to recite the Quran from Lek. Lek's family was also rather large. Then there was a man who lived in the hut in the grove. Most people didn't give him a second look, but those who have interacted with him soon realized that there was something odd about the man. He was pleasant, friendly, and polite. He was also very ready to offer a hand when you needed help with something. The villagers noted that he seemed educated, intelligent, and even spoke English fluently. He, however, always had a look that can be best described as haunted. He also never ventured out of the compound after dark. Every night, he would promptly retire to the hut after Isyak prayers and dinner at Lek's house. Another thing that intrigued the locals was that this man would often get visitors coming to see him. These visitors came in luxurious cars but never stayed past sundown. The rest of the story I garnered from conversations of older people around me. Honestly, I never paid much attention to the man. I was in my early teens, and there were much more interesting things for me to do. But the conversations were there, and I apparently have a good memory. The man was indeed well educated and rich. He apparently had rich parents who provided him with the best of everything, from education to clothes and more. After graduating from an overseas university, he returned and started to work with his father to run the family company. He proved to be a talented businessman, and within a few years he had been instrumental to take the company to greater heights. The years went by, the man married, and soon began to raise a family of his own. His children also proved to be just as intelligent as he was, and were very good students. He sent them overseas to study, and they returned with their qualifications. His eldest son came to work with him at the company. His second son decided to start his own, which became successful, and his only daughter decided to become an academician. She too was successful and excelled in her field. The man's father grew old and frail. Not long before he passed, he called for the man to see him when he was in the hospital. The man's father told him a family secret. He said that their family had a legacy. The man's father told him that it is necessary for the eldest of the family to continue the pact that their ancestors had made with a djinn. The djinn promised to make the keeper rich, and in return, the legacy bearer would have to perform a ritual for the djinn at a specific time every month. If not, the djinn would do bad things to the legacy bearer. The father then said that it is time for him to pass the legacy on to the man. The man, however, was religious, and he recognized that in Islam it is forbidden to make a pact with a supernatural entity, especially jinns, so he refused. His father told him that if he did not receive the legacy willingly, the djinn would not leave him in peace until he accepts the pact. Still, the man refused. Shortly after, the man passed away. They say he did not pass peacefully, but I do not remember more details than that. That's when the man's troubles began. At first, he started seeing glimpses of shadows darting around him wherever he went, especially at night. This didn't last too long, until he began to hear his name being called from random directions. He began to feel ill for unexplainable reasons. His doctors couldn't find anything wrong with him, but after nightfall he would regularly develop a slight fever. Then began the nightmares. In it, he would find himself in his ancestral home, where he would meet an old man dressed in black. The old man would hand him a book which was wrapped in a yellow cloth. The man knew what this meant, so he refused it every time, and then the man would morph into something black with long bony fingers and sharp nails. The creature would then strangle the man, at which point he would wake up covered in sweat. Occasionally, he would find scratches on his neck. They looked like they were made by claws or fingernails. The man tried to ignore all of this, but his wife and children began to experience it too. He knew he had to do something about it. At first, he tried performing the pertinent prayers to ward off the evil spirits. It worked for a while, but it always returned. The family then had disturbing experiences escalate. At that point, the man knew he needed to seek help. Then his wife grew ill, and she passed. The man was now determined more than ever to rid himself of the djinn. He began to seek help from bomos, traditional shamans, but he soon discovered there were many charlatans among them. He also realized that some of them used practices that were not condoned by his religion and made more pacts with supernatural entities. He was also introduced to religious teachers that taught him more specific prayers which helped a little, but the experiences didn't go away. Finally, someone introduced him to Lek. He met with Lek at Lek's house one day after Lek's Quran class and his students had gone home. I don't know which rituals or prayers Lek had used, but he did ascertain that there was indeed a djinn coming after him. They then tried to exorcise the djinn, but it did not work. After a few more sessions, the disturbances against his family stopped, but the djinn now seemed to concentrate his efforts on the man. The man said he would only be at peace when he was at Lek's place, so he asked Lek to teach him how he could defeat the djinn, and sent it on its way. It was to be a long process, and there was much to learn. Moreover, the man could still not find peace at home, and then asked if he could stay at Lek's place, but he did not want to impose on the family's privacy. So they decided to do what they did in the old days. The man relinquished the control of his company to his son, who was already running it successfully in his constant absence. He then built, with Leg's permission, a hut in Leg's compound near the fruit trees. It was actually quite nice. While it was like a studio apartment but on the ground, the man moved in shortly after. For years the man stayed there and looked after Leg's fruit trees when he was not learning from Leg. The children would come to visit him often. He was there for years until Leg passed. He died in a hit and run. I don't know if the driver was caught. By that time the man had learnt the knowledge that he needed to, and the necessary skills, so he thanked Leg's family for their hospitality and left the hut as a thank you gift to them. They said the man returned to his home and not long after confronting the jinn, successfully vanquished it. They said that the knowledge and skill that he had learned from Leg enabled him to help others with the same problem he had too. I used to live on a farm when I was 9 years old. In fact, it was an old schoolhouse that was about 10 kilometers away from our neighbors, with lots of trees across the country and over half an hour from town. Being a kid on a farm with lots of room, I was always exploring the bush or being out with horses and cows. We had chickens, pigeons, rabbit, peafowl, pigs, pheasants, turkeys, geese, and many other birds. I was on my way to go find the horse this day. I was always with Tony, our lead horse. She was a white horse with a black mane and tail. She was more of a foster mother to me, and I could do things with her that would just be amazing. Tony and I had a very close bond. I would climb up her tail and nap on her back as she just grazed. I would climb up her neck, since she was a tall horse for a 9-year-old, even cling and run just around her legs. I would hide under her when I was near her and it started to rain, just as a foal would do. We used to play tag, hide and seek, and so many other games. She loved playing. This is why I was on my way to see her this day. I wanted to be with my best friend. Before you say little kids should not be outside without supervision, this was very common for me, since I even slept outside with the animals that I loved and helped care for. I was raised if you are quiet, you will see things you'll normally miss. I always remained quiet to see the wildlife. I can't remember where our German Shepherd was, but it wasn't with me on this particular trip. When I started my trip, I knew I was probably in for a long walk, since she was likely on the other side of the property and across the lake. I crossed the pasture closest to the house, finding nests, interesting rocks, crossing the pasture to the tree line, and it took me about 15 minutes, listening to what kind of birds had what kind of song, and what kind of animal may have crossed through. You can always find out what kind of things are going on around you if you pay attention. As I entered the tree line, things went quiet, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. I didn't think much of this since I probably disturbed the wildlife. No birds sang or put up a fuss as I got closer to them. There was no breeze and the air was very still. It felt thick, and since I was 9 years old, I just thought it was the morning dew evaporating. Most of the trees in this bush were maple or fir. I knew there was a hawk nest nearby, as well as a fox den in a ditch about 10 steps to the right. We had become aware of this problem as some of these foxes had taken some of our chickens, but I was never mad since our hens always had babies each spring. I understood that even they had to eat, and they would only come to human areas if there was no other food source. Things were silent, not a bird or fox bark. I checked on the Robinson's nest to see if they were all right. As I peeked into the nest, the babies were awake but very silent and didn't move nor blink their eyes. I moved back onto the cow trail and got the feeling that something wasn't right. No birds, no animals, not even a sound of my footfalls on the path. I moved very slowly towards the meadow that was about 500 meters from where the tree line started. It was very slow and very quiet. Halfway through the bush, I smelt it. rotting flesh mixed with skunk, and a really bad smell of death. It's amazing how fast your senses will get used to a smell and you go noseblind. I looked around and didn't see anything, no movement, so I kept going, hoping to get through this smell. As I got to the exit of the trees, there is a meadow that always have deer, but this day I got more than I bargained for. I heard grunting and growling mixed with really rough voices, and someone had a really bad sore throat. I couldn't make out the words as I was still too far to understand. I stopped to listen as I could hear snarling, growling of some kind of big animal. It didn't sound like a bear or even a moose grunting. I laid down on the ground thinking I could sneak up and see what kind of animal was making this sound. I peeked through the trees and into the meadow, and I saw something, but I didn't know what it was. I saw 3 creatures that almost looked like really big deer, with their flesh rotting off in batches. I could see ribs and bones, as if the flesh was missing. Other parts were like brown hair mixed with a really bad case of mange. The big one had large antlers with many points. There was skin or something that was shedding off the antlers, and waved or fell off in pieces as it moved. Long ears like a donkey's. The side of its face had no skin at all, and was bare, yellowish bone. It was standing on its hind quarters, as if it were a human with a bit of a hunch. This one was doing the most grunting and growling. It was watching the 2 smaller ones and randomly pointed with its hands. It had hands, with long claws like talons. The hair this one had on its body was black. The skin was dark brown. This one was circling the other 2 slowly. I was expecting this one to join in the attacks. The hind legs were that of a big dog, but had hooves. I was not close enough to see the eyes, but I didn't want to approach it anymore. The smaller, darker one had a smaller set of antlers like a young deer, 8 points at least, but this one was a lot meaner to the smaller of the 3. Its body was lean, and it was quick. It moved in flashes, and when it paused, it took swipes and bites at the smallest. It was trying to use its hands with long claws and teeth, trying to attack the smaller brown one. I saw chunks of flesh being ripped off the smallest one who couldn't fight back, as well as the other 2. Its hands and claws were dripping with blood, and flesh hung from its claws in chunks. The smallest of the 3 was brown with 3-point antlers. Only one. Its flesh was bleeding profusely from its wounds. It snarled and bared its teeth while trying to fend off the attacks. There were broken bones, hanging out the flesh. The blood was so bright against its hair and skin. I could see it dripping from where the missing antler was ripped out or broken in the fight. This was not upright like the other 2. This one was on all fours, low to the ground, and having trouble trying to get a powerful kick into the attacker or a swipe. I saw that its right hind leg had most of the flesh ripped off already and a leg broken. There was bone on the lower leg sticking out and bending awkwardly. There wasn't much time before I knew this was a losing battle. I must have gasped at the sight when the big brown one perked its ears and turned to me. Its eyes narrowed when its gaze focused. The eyes were bright yellow, as if there was a light behind it, almost fluorescent. It didn't take its eye off me when it said in a really rough voice, "Leave. Go." I thought it was talking to me, but I was frozen in fear. I saw the 2 big ones run off into the trees and vanish, leaving the 3rd behind. I was not going to approach. I was too scared to run. But just as I was about to move, I saw the small one lift its head and look at me. It growled and snarled and slowly moved to where I was. I froze. I couldn't even move. I even held my breath. I saw this creature moving for me and I couldn't move. I could see its breath now, and instead of white steam, it was pink from all the blood. Hearing a horse calling out, I looked to my right and saw our horses running towards me. My horse, with her head down in attack mode. Her nostrils flared, and she was almost screaming out. Everything went silent for a moment. Her calls were so loud they echoed in my head. I wasn't sure if my life was going to be ended by my beloved horse, or this creature heading for me out in the open. I felt doom and danger and fear. I dropped flat to the ground and called out for our horse with the herd in tow. I've never seen them run so fast. The sound of their hooves pounding the ground, which sounded hollow at this point. I saw our horses herd, about 8 horses in all, heading straight for the thing. They attacked it. The first one to reach the creature reared up, and the others surrounded it in a half circle, almost blocking my view. But I could see between the consistent moving legs, the creature stand up, snarl, and snap at them. I turned my head to the lead horse, Tony, and she came running with her head down and slowed to stand next to me, gently comforting me. I stared where I was as I saw the horse herd drive it away. They stayed on attack until the things were out of sight. I hugged Tony's leg as I couldn't stand from fear. I saw her lift her head to call the herd. I was shaking so badly and breathing heavily. I thanked her for saving my life. She let me take my time to calm down, and I didn't let go of her. When I was able to stand, she guided me home, as I'd seen the other horses putting up a fuss, bucking and prancing, tossing their heads around as they ran back to their leader. I was scared of what was in the woods. It wasn't until I was home to ask my mum what the creature was that I'd seen. I described it to her as much as possible, and I was told deer or elk, and not to talk of it again. The next day after school, I went out to the same meadow. I'm a sucker for punishment, I know. I had to see for myself what really had happened, and I saw the blood-stained grass and dirt from where the fight had taken place. Fast forward to adulthood. I'm watching movies and hearing stories on YouTube, and that's when it clicks. I realized what I had seen and what could have happened to me when I was 9 years old if the horses hadn't saved my life. It's still creepy to recall this, knowing that these creatures were less than 5 kilometers from our home. I am 16 and currently live in Massachusetts. I've also lived in Michigan and Wisconsin and have had several creepy encounters in both. I live near Boston, but was going on a road trip with my friends and his family out to their new place in the more remote parts of Massachusetts. And yes, Massachusetts has remote parts. We got to Chad's house, and I was planning on staying for about a week to help them get settled in and see the surrounding area. At the edge of their property, they have these woods that start off with just a few trees here and there, but after a 5-minute walk get really damn thick. On the 3rd day of me being there, Chad's mum says that she wants to give me and Chad a day off, so we could do whatever we wanted. At first, we wandered around the property and hung around the house. When we chose to walk to the closest town, which takes 30 minutes. The towns are small, and there's not much to do, but I'm happy to just be back to the places where I lived most of my life. Small and in the middle of nowhere. We talked to the owner of an ice cream shop, who told us a bit of history about the town. Nothing important nor exciting, and after that we returned to Chad's house. We got back around noon, and I suggested we go for a walk in the woods. Chad, who wasn't the most outdoorsy type, said no, but after a few minutes of nagging, he relented and agreed. Even though I go out all the time, as I camp and walk trails at night, I've gotten paranoid due to creepy encounters, so I always have my pocket knife with me when I go out, and I ran into the house to get it. We started in the woods, leaving a really obvious trail, as like I said, the woods are very thick. At first, Chad spends his time grumbling. There are too many bugs, it's too damn warm, and stuff like that. Keep in mind, this was October. After a while, he started to enjoy being outside, and actually said he liked it, and wanted to go further in. By now, it was about 4:30, and it was starting to get dark, but I didn't really care that much. We kept going, and the darkness fell rapidly, to the point where we could no longer see. Okay, this is where it gets creepy. We had started our return, and at some point we got separated. I noticed this and turned the flashlight app on my phone on, spinning around to see if I could see Chad. I could not. Chad? Can you hear me? If you can, say something, buddy. I waited, and a few moments later, off to my right, I heard a feeble stammer. Zach? Zach's my name, by the way. It sounded just like Chad, and I quickly turned in the direction of the noise and slowly walked towards it. I didn't see anything, so I moved my light horizontally to try and spot anything. I called out again and got another reply. Zach. It was more stronger and a bit more loaded this time. I walked towards it with more confidence, but stopped dead in my tracks as I heard something big move very quickly through the brush from behind me. I whipped around frantically and came face to face with Chad. At first I was stunned. What the hell? Why did you walk behind me to get to me? Why didn't you come from the same direction as your voice? I practically yelled at him. What are you talking about? You were the one changing directions. What? I said quietly. I shined my light on him, and I could see he was obviously shaken. I heard you call my name, and I started walking towards you. You sounded scared or hurt at first, but after a few minutes you started saying my name normally. Then you stopped answering my calls, and I heard you from behind me and I saw your light. So I started running at you. I finally was putting the pieces together. I have encountered creepy things before, stuff that can impersonate a person's voice, and I realized that a skinwalker or something else was in the woods with us. There was a faint noise of movement behind me, and I turned around to see a horrible sight, not 10 feet from me. Its head looked like a wolf's, the kind that you would see at a zoo. It was maybe 6.5 feet tall. Its head, shoulders, arms, and chest were covered in thick grey/white fur. Its legs and most of its stomach held a much thinner pelt but the same fur. Both Chad and myself saw this creature and ran faster than I thought we could. For whatever reason, the creature didn't give chase, and we made it out of the forest without incident. Chad told his family, who didn't believe him. I didn't tell mine, because they haven't believed me about this stuff in the past. Chad has not gone back into the woods, and has not seen the beast again. It didn't look like the other skinwalkers I had encountered before, and at this point, I think it might be a wolfman or a dogman. I don't know what it really is though, or if it was related to the moon, as I didn't pay attention if it was out or not. If you have any ideas on what this thing could be, I'm open to suggestions. I'm 16 years old and live in the western United States and am active in rodeo. This story happened in late winter. My brother and his close friend Tom got permission from a local reservation to use their arena to practice roping. We got there early in the morning, so we would have all the time we needed. Now mind you, my brother's horse and Tom's are both very even-tempered and don't spook easily. My mare, on the other hand, will panic at the slightest of things, and she can be a handful most of the time, to be honest. Since the moment we got there, all of our horses seemed to be on edge, but we shrugged it off and figured that once they got used to their surroundings that they would be fine. After spending the better part of the day throwing ropes and chasing cattle, we decided to go for a trail ride to explore the area. By now the horses seemed to have calmed down quite a bit. There is a river that ran close to the arena, so we decided to go down and check that out, as well as some animal tracks that we had seen. Once we got about 30 yards from the water, we could smell what could only be described as a rotting dead animal. Then something in the tree line caught the attention of all the horses, and after that, mine flat out refused to go any further. Being tired from a long day and frustrated from my horse's lack of cooperation, we decided to call it a day. By this time it was too late to load our gear and horses and take them back, so we decided it was just best to leave them there for the night and stay at Tom's, because they lived closer than my brother and I. We got their stalls ready for the night, got them fed and watered, and headed over to one of Tom's family friends who offered to cook us dinner. After some good food, good laughs, and a few games of pool, the weird encounter by the river was out of mind. When 9 o'clock rolled around, we all wanted to get some sleep, but I wanted to check on the horses one last time before we left. But when I mentioned this to Tom's family friend, he warned me to not go there alone at night. Wanting to respect that, Tom offered to drive down with me. We got in the truck and headed back to the arena. It was only a half-mile drive back, but the roads were very icy, so we had to drive slower than what I would have liked. Before crossing the bridge that went over the river, this feeling of dread hit me like a ton of bricks. I looked out the window to be met with glowing yellow eyes. They're hard to describe because there was not enough light hitting them to make them glow the way they did. I'm a very rational person, but something in my gut told me that this was very wrong. That's when Tom turned to me and asked if I smelt that awful smell, which I hadn't even noticed until they said something. When I didn't respond, they looked at me and met my gaze just to see the same yellow eyes, the glare I was fixated on. We were both in terror, not knowing what this thing was because from where it sat, it had to have been at least 8 feet tall, and there are no animals that large in these parts. I finally came to my senses and hit the gas, and our truck started sliding, but we caught traction and made our way back to the arena. When we pulled up, the headlights hit the horses, and the first thing I noticed was that my mare hadn't even touched her food, and that for her is very out of the ordinary. She's kind of a pig and normally eats more than her fair share. The other two hadn't touched their food either, which again was very strange, but being scared and cold, we got back in the truck and drove back without incident. We got to Tom's at about 11, and as soon as our head hit the pillows, we were out like a light bulb. All of a sudden, I woke up to my brother grabbing my arm and shaking me. When I asked him what was wrong, he just put his finger over his mouth and pointed to the window. There was a tapping on the glass and an occasional scratch. I looked at the clock. It was around 3 a.m. Tom and I hadn't told him about our encounter on the bridge, but it was late, and I wasn't going to tell him now and scare him even more. Trying to be rational, I told him just to ignore it and try and get some sleep. But knowing what had happened, I was convinced it was the thing from the reservation, and it had followed us back. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and as soon as the sun came up, I woke up Tom and my brother so that we could get our horses and go home, because I didn't want my poor girl to be out with that thing any longer. I told Tom about the tapping and scratching after coffee, so we went to look by her window for tracks, and sure enough, there were what looked to be deer hooves, but they didn't track like normal deer, almost like they were injured, but that still doesn't quite describe it. It only seemed to be one pair and not two, like it was walking on its hind legs. This spooked us, but we just wanted to go see if our horses were okay, so we headed back to the res. They were all fine, but the food and water was still untouched. We got them loaded up and out of there as quickly as we could. As we drove over that bridge one last time, I looked into the tree line to see a massive buck staring at me. He was large, and I mean unnaturally large, but very sickly looking, like his skin was just falling from his bones and his legs bent in an odd way. It wasn't the worst part though. It was his face. Those same ungodly yellow eyes. But when I made eye contact, I swear this thing, whatever it was, smiled at me. I looked away and looked back, and it was gone. Perhaps it just wanted to scare us one last time. I still have so many questions from that night, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm never going back there again. This happened in Iraq in 2018. It was a very stormy day, and you can say thunder and sandstorms cover the whole sky, making it an orange color. The wind was so strong, it made the doors open and close. It made windows slam roughly, and there was this howling sound like screams. I was alone in the family house, where all my grandfathers used to visit. I was playing some games trying to ignore the weather and that creepy sound. After an hour of playing, I heard someone knocking at the door. I looked through the window, which allowed me to see the street. It was strange, no one was there. I thought it was the wind sound, so I ignored it, but then the knocking happened again. I walked to the door to see who was there, but before I opened it and said who's there, I waited for just a moment, and there was someone who said, "I'm just an old man. Can you let me in your house? I can't stand such weather." I opened the door. His whole appearance was very strange, very odd. He had a long white beard, with very old clothes and a black and grey turban. He was putting some small cloth in his mouth as a mask to protect him from the sand. His right eye was white, and he was tall. The strangest thing was his right hand. It was so black, and was wearing some strange rings. He sat in a chair and I said, "Do you need anything, sir?" He looked at me with a smile, and said that he'd like some tea and water. He said that since I was very kind, he'd offer me 2 gifts. One was to answer a question, and the other will be foresight into what will happen in the future. I looked at him in bewilderment. How could he know the future? He's just an old man. He told me he was a sage, a sorcerer, and that he's traveled to many parts of the world. He said he had taken many steps to become one, and he got struck by thunder on his hand, and that he had to put his hand on fire for a full day, and then on water for 3 days to gain control of elements. There were also these strange rings. He said each ring, his jinn and ifrits were inside, and they were his servants. He captured them in the desert, and he summoned them. He then went on to ask what I wanted to know of the future. I looked at him and saw his hand was on fire, and it didn't seem to hurt him at all. I was scared and frozen. He told me at first I would be moving to one country for 1 year, and then one of my family members would perish in a peaceful and painless death, and told me the Middle East would have problems, but it would be fixed in later years, and that Europe and America will have disasters, especially America. It would have ice, fire, and earthquakes. After telling me all of this, he began walking to the door and started to leave. He told me he would be back next year on the same day and thanked me for everything. I was left there shocked and so stunned. Everything he said came true. My grandmother died in the hospital. She had a coma and her brain stopped. The doctors said it was without any pain. Not to mention that there were problems with the Middle East. Hopefully, it will be sorted. And America has suffered from very low temperatures, making it almost freeze. And the weather there was awful. Not to mention the forest fires that have happened quite recently as well. Is it all a coincidence? Or is what he said true? I'm now waiting to see when he will return. I grew up in rural Arkansas. I also grew up during a time when lots of family farms were caving into the pressure of big agricultural industries and selling off loads of farmland and forest acreage to massive companies that wanted to develop our little area into a mega feedlot, which has largely happened. When I was in 9th or 10th grade, that new clear-cut style of agricultural development finally made its way within a few miles of our house, and it was awful. We didn't have any close neighbors, and we were the only house on our route for probably 10 miles in either direction. So it felt very violating to have this development slowly work its way up our road to our house over the course of a few years. But once spring arrived, those new clear-cut expanses exploded into fields of tall grasses and brambles, and fireflies loved them. Our place is along one of those several bayous that converges into a wide, mossy wetland, so mid-spring nights are full of light fog that hugs the ground as it rolls away from the wet ground and out into the surrounding forest and the clear-cut fields that replaced it. Driving home with my friend Patrick one night, we come into a screeching halt on the road as it passes by the border of this new, foggy, endless grass field. I've never seen so many fireflies in a single congregation in my life. There must have been millions, and it was truly gorgeous. They would sync up in small groups, flashing in unison. Then those harmonies would break up and come back together, and so on and so forth. We watched them from the hood of the car for a while, and eventually decided we had to go out and walk into the field to see the light show from the inside. It was an amazing experience walking through them, and we walked for probably a good 2 kilometers to about the midpoint of this particular clear cut. Grasses were damp and about mid-chest tall, and the fog was around the same height, rolling in from the east, which is the direction of the bayou, and still thin enough to see through. We freeze for a moment when we see the grass tops swaying a bit up ahead, but calm down when we realize it looks like a raccoon or armadillo, or something like that, is walking around, and we just see it rustling. Quickly though, we can see the top of the animal doing it. The flat back peeking through the grass top now and again. What is that? A huge dog? Surely not. What dog is 4.5 feet tall, and it hasn't got its head popped up over the grass looking where it's going? Is it still possible? Maybe it's a deer heading down and grazing. It's too far away to really tell, and perhaps 100 yards from us, and there's just not enough available moonlight to see the details properly. At this point, we get a little nervous about startling an animal, so we move closer together, and I clear my throat to make some audible, non-threatening noises. The motion comes to a total stop again. No head pops up to see what the noise was, which we find totally freaky and uncomfortable. I feel Pat touch my back like a quiet nudge, and I take it to mean we should quietly go back to the car. As soon as we start moving a bit, the dog, or whatever it is, stands up, and it's clearly human-sized, with a head full of long hair. We didn't see any clothes and didn't see anything other than it's now moving towards us, quickly and at a good pace. Needless to say, we are now running. We run for 15 minutes or so, and by that time, we make it to the roadside without making a peep or turning around, because we are both absolutely petrified. We jump in the car, slap the locks closed, and then look back into the field. But nothing is visible. We ride home breathlessly, and basically talk about it over and over to ourselves again and again for weeks. I have no paranormal inclinations, but what would a naked long-haired person be doing rummaging around on all fours in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas, where there is precisely one road and one house in a 15-mile radius? Was it some crazy person living in the wilderness? That thought scares me more since we spent so much time in tents and deer stands out there over the years. At the time, it made me think about Pet Cemetery. It still freaks me out going to that place at night when I visit my parents. I live in rural Idaho, about 5 miles from a reservation. Growing up, we heard all sorts of stories and legends surrounding the res. I have to admit, I was a bit of a skeptic when it came to the things we heard. My best friend and I have always been drawn to the paranormal. When we were about 16, 17, we decided we'd go for drives on the res at night. The area we live in has a very tight-knit community, and our little town has just over 10,000 people. We basically have no crime, and everyone feels pretty safe, so driving around at night is no big deal. We went on our night's drive fairly often, with no experiences to note. One day, we had heard a story from someone at school about an abandoned schoolhouse on the other side of the reservation. Just past the schoolhouse, there was supposed to be a small bridge that went over a large farming canal. The story was that if you drove to the bridge and turned off your car, you could hear water babies. If you don't know what water babies are, they are a Native American folk tale. They're supposed to be sprites in the shape of babies or young infants, and hearing their cry is allegedly an omen of death, or perhaps something terrible. So anyway, we decided this was going to be our next driving destination. Neither of us had ever heard a water baby cry, so we were interested. That night after dark, we jumped in my car and started driving out there. The closer we got to the schoolhouse, the more uneasy I began to feel. We drove past the building that was supposed to be the schoolhouse and stopped on the bridge. I cut the lights and killed the engine. There was silence. There was no sound but the rushing water below the bridge. We sat there for what felt like forever, but in reality was probably no more than 4 to 5 minutes. We heard nothing but the water. We started joking about the stories being fake and decided that it was time to go home. The keys were still in the ignition, so I simply tried to start the car. Nothing. The dash lights lit up, but it just wouldn't turn over. I'd never had any problem with the car before. I tried a few more times while talking to my friend, not wanting to freak her out. About the 3rd or 4th time, I turned to her and said, "I don't want to freak you out, but the car won't start." Her eyes grew wide and she responded with, "You're kidding me, right?" I wish I had been. We sat there for a minute just staring at each other, not knowing what to do. If we called my mum, there would definitely be some arse chewing for being out on the res so late at night. So we decided to call one of our friends that had a truck. If the battery was dead, he could give us a jump. If not, he could tow us back to town, I suppose. So we called and waited, sitting in the middle of this bridge in my dead car, frustrated from the lack of experience and car troubles. We just wanted to go home. That's when I saw it. It's a well-known fact that the reservation has packs of wild dogs that roam around, killing livestock, and there have been a few instances of them attacking kids and putting them in the hospital. This was no dog. I've seen coyotes and wolves, and There was no way in hell this was either of those things. It was skeletal, like a malnutritioned animal and walking on all fours, slow and low to the ground. It was walking along the canal towards the bridge. I smacked my friend, making her turn to look at what I was staring at. We both stared in disbelief at this creature slowly coming towards us. Instinctively, I honked the horn. At least that still worked. That's when things got really weird. This thing stood up on two legs, arms limp at its sides, and I legit screamed. I had never seen anything like this in my entire life. The best way I can think to describe it is it looked like Professor Lupin's werewolf form in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. It was massive. It stood between 8 to 9 feet tall and was staring at us. It took a few steps forward, and my friend and I were frozen. We were trapped in a car that we couldn't start. As it slowly started walking towards us, headlights appeared in the distance. As the lights came closer, the creature dropped back to all fours and took off for the hills where I assumed it came from. Our friend pulled up to help us, and both my creeped out friend and I kept quiet about what we had just witnessed. He walked up to the car, and I rolled my window down. He suggested we push the car off the bridge to the side of the road and pop the hood. So I threw it in neutral, got to the side of the road, and my friend asked me to pop the hood and try to start the car. So I did. The damn car started right up. I don't know what caused it to not start before, but that night I had an experience I'll never forget, and I don't go out on the res anymore at night. I'd rather not see whatever it was that night again. My family has lived in northern Maine for about 4 generations. I was born and raised here, as was my father, both his parents, my great-grandfather, and my great-great-grandmother. My parents and grandparents all had lives in which they would leave Maine and see the bigger world. They would live in New York, Los Angeles, and on a farm in Iowa. At some point, however, they would all return to the little middle-of-the-woods town in northern Maine that I have lived in all my life. 5 years ago from today, my grandfather Bruce Gray died. He was the second oldest of 5 boys, but he is the only one I ever got a chance to meet. His older brothers, Robert, and his 3 younger ones, Oliver, Joe, and James, were all killed when Bryce was a boy in 1962. Our town is surrounded by dense woods, and very few people live here. That isolation and the size of our little home meant that everyone pretty much knows everyone, and more or less everything that goes on, the folks that live here know about. Neither my parents or my older sister Eva would tell me what happened to my great-uncles, and even though everyone seemed to know everything, no one in the town seemed to be able to speak about the killing of 4 young boys 57 years ago. 57 years is a long time, but not so long that these deaths should be forgotten. 2 weeks before my grandpa died, he finally opened up about what happened to his brothers. He came into my room and sat on my bed saying, "Your father and mother do not wish me to tell you this, but you aren't much older than I was when my brothers died." I stopped the paper I was writing and turned to look at my grandfather. I was stunned. He never spoke of them, and I was always yelled at when I asked questions regarding my great-uncles, even if it wasn't related to their deaths. My grandfather continued, "My son doesn't believe what happened, not since he met your mother, and became convinced that the things like my brother's deaths are impossible. He was furious when I told Eva on her 17th birthday, and I'm sure he will be even more furious when he learns that I told you." He stopped talking and motioned for me to come over to the bed with him. I moved to sit next to him, but before I sat down he asked, "I'm gonna tell you, because I want you to be safe, to use what I know to protect yourself. You need to know what happened, because I am sure the same thing that murdered my brothers is still out there, feeding, living in the woods." I sat down. "I want to know what happened, the truth, why no one will tell me, and why even the mention of your brothers angers people." "Good, because this is not something I would let you hear. You're 16, 2 years older than I was, and 2 years younger than Robert. Oliver was 13, and the twins, Joe and James, were 10. We practically lived in the forest around town, exploring trails, climbing trees, chasing rabbits and other animals. We always stuck together, and in all seasons we were out there doing something. My grandfather wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at my bookcase, full of not books, but wooden animals that I have carved and placed on those shelves since I was 10, and learnt to carve from my father. He wasn't really looking at my animals, but more at the open air between them, remembering the years he spent in the forest with his brothers. It was almost July, and Robert was to go away for the summer before coming back to help our father with the store. Our father had always told us not to go more than a few miles into the forest alone. This was a rule that we always followed, until the week before Robert was meant to leave. We decided that while Robert was still here, all 5 of us would go out into the woods and spend a night or 2 further than any of us had ever been. We all knew how to hunt, read maps, and basic survivals from our father, and saw no reason that we couldn't. Besides, Robert was an adult now. He said the last part, dripping with sarcasm, and a sour look spread across his face before continuing with his story. We all packed bags that we used when going out with our father. We packed everything we needed, from food to flint for a fire. We all were armed with the silver knives our grandfather had given us when we turned 10. He said that they were made by the settlers of this town, and that they would never rust or dull, and would protect us. They didn't. We left a note for our parents and left. Robert led us. He was the oldest, and holding the map. The map didn't have any specific pathway, and after about 10 or so miles, it was just a dark, green blob of the forest. In the center of that blob, some 30 or so miles off the map, is where he wanted to go. When we got to the section of the forest that the map did not show, we started cutting arrows into trees, pointing back home. We left early in the morning, and it was late in the day, I'd say 5-ish, when Robert was happy with a clearing, and we made camp. The clearing we chose was small, surrounded by impossibly dense forest to every side. It was a few yards away from a stream, and the woods around us were plentiful with life. After we pitched an old tent, we set out to explore the woods near our new clearing. There was nothing remarkable, just trees and life. The sound of birds and other animals moving about it was a peaceful and beautiful thing. As he described their trek through into the unknown wilderness, the sour expression left his face and was replaced by a mixture of happiness and regret. It was long and tiring to get there, but the clearing made it worth the trip. We all seemed to regain our energy and chased each other around like half of us weren't coming up on adulthood. We had built a fire to cook a squirrel or rabbit that Robert caught for us. Robert was putting the poor animal over the fire when I first found a sign that something wasn't right in our clearing. His hands turned to fists, and the slightly happy, reminiscent tone that was in his voice vanished. I was walking around the clearing when I saw something sticking out of the ground. I pulled it up. Out the ground, thinking it was odd. It was a whitish rock. I immediately dropped it. It was a jawbone. At the time, I couldn't tell what animal it was from. I'd never seen a human jawbone before, but I am now sure that it was indeed from a human. The jawbone still had a few scraps of greying meat or tissue still attached to it. I told Robert, but he brushed it off, telling me that it had been there a long time, and it was just some other animal's kill, like the one we were about to eat. We ate our kill and went to bed. The jawbone sat in the back of my mind. It worried me, you see, because I cannot say what kind of animal it came from. It never occurred to me. It could be human. I do not know when it was, but I woke up in complete darkness, and it was apparent that something was immediately wrong. The forest around our clearing was completely silent. No nocturnal animals moving through the brush. No insects humming in the trees. No wind rustling in the leaves. It was the end of June, and the forest was completely silent. Or so I thought, until I heard the only noise there was to hear. A cracked, scared voice of a woman calling for help. The voice was wrong. The words were right, and logic said that there was a woman out there in need of aid. But it was wrong, like the words were coming out of a throat that was not made to speak human languages. We were all sleeping in the old tents, and as I started to get up, Robert motioned for me to sit back down. I did so, and Robert himself left the tent. He called out to the woman and was greeted by another cry. The fire was still smouldering, and I could see the wood catch as he fed more to the fire. As Robert moved around the clearing calling for the woman to follow his voice to our fire, the others began to wake. Oliver asked me what the hell was going on. At the same instant, James asked what smelt like rotten eggs. I had no idea what he was talking about, and instead told Oliver and the others about the woman in the woods. Oliver was watching the shadowy image of Robert moving around the tent, and Joe was pulling on his hair, a habit that both the twins had when they were younger and scared. James finally spoke, but his voice was wrong, not his normal excited squeak, and not even nervous stutters. It was a cold, dead-sounding noise that made me think that James knew everything that was going to happen. The sound of that voice, coming from my little 10-year-old brother, was a terrible thing. "That's not a woman. It's a man with horns." Those are the words he spoke. The words that caused my blood to run cold. The words that caused me to leave the tent and join Robert in our clearing. The woman's voice was getting closer, coming from just beyond the north side of our clearing. As she got closer, I realized that the voice was on a loop. The exact same tone, the exact little hiccup after help, and the same sob after me. I think Robert saw it too, because he stiffened in front of me and told me to stay behind him. The others had all exited the tent, and Oliver handed me my knife. Neither me nor Robert thought to get them, but Oliver had, and at that moment I was more happy to have my knife than I was to have anything else. The voice was now just beyond the light of the fire. It turned less and less human as it drew closer, and in the middle of the last cry for help, the words turned into a predatory growl. The shadow that was barely visible in the dark tree line past the fire was that of a hulking and distorted human being. It started to step into our clearing. My grandfather started to shake. His eyes widened and he went as pale as ice. His voice started to fill with fear. It was like he was back in that clearing, watching this monster approach them. "Grandpa?" I tried to pull his attention back to me and away from the horrors of his past. He just kept talking, not even realizing I said anything. The beast stood there, on the other side of the fire. It seemed to be letting us take its appearance in. It was taller than I imagined it could be. Hunched over, as it was, I swear that it was at least 8 feet tall. It was standing on 2 impossibly long back legs, ending in long, narrow feet that seemed to only have one toe tipped with a terrible dagger-like talon. Its arms, staring high up on its shoulders, were at its sides. The long fingers at the end of its arms all ended in similar black talons that seemed to absorb the light from the fire. Its claws must have been a foot long. They seemed to be brushing the dirt at its side while it breathed. It was impossibly thin, and its clay-colored skin fit its body so poorly that I could see every bone outline across the entirety of it. It had no hair, and I could see where its genitals should have been. The skin was flat and seamless. I brought my gaze up away from its monstrous body and to its deformed face. The skin was pulled just as tightly around its skull as it was around the rest of its body. Its faces resembled humans, while at the same time being completely wrong. It had no lips, just deep grooves where they should have been. This absence revealed a mouth full of crooked needle-like teeth and a long, dark blue tongue hanging out one side of its mouth. Black saliva rolling down it like a sap from a tree. Its eyes were the worst part, like an owl's but sunken deep into its skull. They were bright yellow. It seemed to me that the firelight caused them to glow, giving off a minuscule amount of light of their own. The smell of death quickly filled and cleared, steaming from the thing that had entered. For what seemed like an endless amount of time we stood there, me and my brother on one side of the fire, and this monster on another. We studied it while it studied us, no one moving. I tightened my grip on my knife. I wanted some kind of magic protection between me and this thing. Then the spell was broken. Robert stepped backwards and his foot landed right on a stick, and the monster let out a blood-curdling yell. Oliver dropped the rest of the knives, never having the chance to give them to the others. Joe screamed and started to turn away from the beast. Robert swore and started backing up faster. James stood watching the monster as it screamed into the air and jolted forward. It moved fast, impossibly fast, faster than anything I had ever seen. As it came for us, it brought one taloned hand up, and the next thing I knew was that the arm Robert had started raising to protect his face was missing half a foot of itself. Joe was running with Oliver not far behind. James was still standing, staring at the beast as its mouth full of crooked needles closed around Robert's throat. I grabbed James by the arm and started to drag him with me. I did not need to drag him far, as he started running as fast as he could on his own. I kept hearing ripping noises from behind me, but I kept running behind the others, trying to keep them all in sight. The tearing noises stopped, and around me the wind picked up out of nowhere. The wind was blowing from behind us, from the clearing. It was pushing us along, blowing leaves to chase us, bending trees to look down at us, severing branches from trunks to attack us. Though the wind roared in my ears, I could hear the crack of the branch and thought of the cloud of dirt and leaves blocking my vision. I could hear the branch strike Joe ahead of me. He had started crying when he described how the monster lunged at Robert. He continued crying and told me Oliver and James had ran ahead. I had to shove James forward to keep him from stopping for Joe. I stopped for him, threw the branch off him and stopped. He was breathing still, short and uneven breaths, but still breathing. The branch hadn't killed him, but it had broken his skull. I did not know what I should do, but neither did I have any time to think about it. The wind had passed me, and even though I could still see its ripping branches of trees in the pursuit of my brothers, the smell of death was suddenly in my nose again, all around me, never-ending. A growl filled my ears, and an impossibly solid, impossibly skinny, impossibly strong stick hit me in the back and sent me flying. To this day, I do not know why I did not die after it threw me across the forest floor. Somehow, I did not splatter against a tree or fall onto rocks. The blow did not break my back, though it should have, as its talons did not slash me in half like I was made of paper. Somehow, I fell 10 or 15 feet away from the monster that had pulled about Joe's head and started devouring its contents completely unharmed. I wish I had yelled, tried to do anything to save Joe, to save Robert, but I did nothing. I turned away from the monster and its feast, and I ran. I ran in the direction I thought James and Oliver went, and in a matter of moments I saw them, ahead, and to the right of me, running faster than I thought anyone as small as them could possibly go. I caught up to them, and we ran until we reached a wide open, moving river that we could not possibly cross. The wind had died down. It was no longer a powerful gale, but a light breeze carrying a haunting siren that seemed to emanate from the deepest part of the forest. The siren got louder, more consistent, and the wind picked up, freezing cold despite the fact that it was the end of June. It was there, seemingly appearing with the wind, not a foot behind Oliver, before I fully comprehended the figure behind Oliver. It grabbed him, one arm wrapped around his middle, the other his arm, cutting into his arms. In one moment, Oliver's arms were ripped from his body, and the monstrous claw disabled him. Oliver fell into the river, with his organs sliding into the ground. James and I looking on in horror as the beast. He stopped talking, no longer able to continue through his emotions. I had tried to comfort him, but he never even noticed that I was still there with him. A few moments after he continued, I ran at that bastard with my knife in my hand, yelling. I wasn't thinking. I just knew I needed to kill it. It swatted me like a bug. I flew into the base of a tree, but somehow I was still unhurt. I sat against the trunk of the tree, looking at the knife in my hands, dazed before something thick and warm dripped onto the back of my neck. I looked up, into the distorted evil face inches from my own. Its eyes were a bright fluorescent yellow, and they really did give off their own light. They were sitting in what looked like a congealed blood, never blinking, and its pupils were like pinpoints. Blood covered its needle-filled mouth and dripped down its dark tongue, mixing with its black saliva. It started reaching for me, and without thinking, I brought my knife up, slashing its face and cutting through one glowing yellow eye. The beast screamed in pain before rushing backwards. Its face was smoking where I parted its skin. I took the opportunity to run, passing Oliver's corpse and grabbing James's arm one last time to pull him with me. Unlike earlier, James was frozen. He allowed himself to be dragged, but would not run on his own. I dragged him through the woods, all the while pained howls possessed the air around us. It took us hours, but I had thought that we had gotten away. It was still too early in the morning to see much, and I sat James under a tree so we could rest a short while. James told me he had seen the monster in his dreams before. He said 3 days before we left, he dreamt that Robert, Oliver, and Joe would be cut to ribbons, and that he, James, would be left running through the woods screaming how his feet were going to burn him up. He had trouble telling me this because he was weeping almost uncontrollably, but somehow he got to sleep, still weeping. The last thing he asked me was, "Why do I still smell rotting meat?" He never gave me time to answer. James was plagued with terrible night terrors that caused him to scream out and talk incomprehensibly in his sleep. Nothing I did could wake him or calm him down, and eventually I must have started to doze. The next thing that I knew, my ears are full of screaming, louder and further away all at once than they were a moment ago. It was James screaming, and I quickly saw that his clothing, which were illuminated by the first light of the morning, was strewn across the ground in a small path leading away from where I had been sleeping. I started following the clothing and saw James, yards away, running faster than he had at any other point that night, screaming at the top of his lungs. I ran after him, and for a time I was gaining. As I got close, I could hear him saying, "It's so hot, it's burning me up." I was almost on him. I was going to grab him, but he jumped over a pit, and I didn't quite see it until my foot got caught in it. I fell, twisted my ankle, and hit my head on a log. James screamed about the thing burning him up, and it was the last thing I heard before I fell unconscious. He stopped speaking, and I waited a few moments for him to continue, but he didn't. "What happened?" I finally asked. He started, seemingly forgetting that he was telling me the story. He stood up and told me to follow him. We left my room, descended the stairs, crossed through the living room and entered my grandfather's room. The walls were covered in paintings of dark woods that my grandfather had illustrated. The painting that I never really thought about before looked strangely ominous. He had been deathly quiet all the while we were walking to his room, but as he opened up his closet and started rummaging through it, he spoke again. After going back to where we had slept, I collected James' clothing and the knife that I had left behind when chasing after him. The sun was almost directly overhead when I finally limped back into the trees we had carved arrows into. It was starting to get dark again when I made it back to the house. We never found James, or any remains of the others, and within a year, I left this terrible town we live in. I left to study the occult, to study the monster that attacked us. When I discovered its name, what it could do, everything from that night made sense. It was a wendigo, a deformed, cannibalistic human spirit made into a monster. It consumes human flesh, it can mimic human voice and control the weather. It's a monster of unimaginable strength and speed. It tears people apart and can make them go mad with fever. I think that's what happened to James. After years, I came back here hoping to find it, to kill it. How did you know it wasn't already dead? I knew it was still alive, you see, because they can live for hundreds of years before the spirit moves on and possesses a new host, corrupting them and either merging with the new soul or destroying it. He had uncovered an old wooden trunk that was covered by years of junk piling up in the back of the closet. He was having trouble pulling the trunk out of the closet, so I got up and helped. As we worked, he spoke. I spent years looking for this monster, going into the woods, searching for the wendigo, but I never found him. Sometime in my 20s, I found the silver knives that we had left behind in the clearing. I found other things too. Body parts in trees, a cave where I think it once lived, cuts in trees and rocks left by its talons, but never the beast. We got the trunk out and used an old key on a string from around his neck to open it. Inside was an old revolver, a sheathed knife, and 3 leather-bound journals and countless pencil drawings. My grandfather motioned for me to look through the trunk contents. I had an old acquaintance of mine melt down my brother's knives and turned the melted silver into bullets. I wanted to use those bullets to kill it. I put the gun down carefully on the bed and picked up the knife. The sheath was well made, leather dyed a dark blue, with golden symbols sewn into it. The sheath was obviously newer than the knife, whose leather hilt was old and worn by use and age. I unsheathed it, revealing a silver blade as sharp and embellished as the day it was made. My grandfather was right. The knife never rusted or lost its edge, and I carried it with me every day for over 20 years. Resheathing the knife and placing it next to the revolver, I took out the 3 journals. In those, I wrote down everything I learned about the mysteries of the world. They contain information on many mythical items and people that I encountered. I always wanted to give them to your dad, but he never accepted the truth of our world. It broke my heart when he refused them. Unopened, I set the journals down in a stack next to me. Taking one of the many stacks of drawings and shifting slowly through them, one of the drawings showed a creature like the one my grandfather had described, the wendigo. But others showed images of people with fangs, living trees, creatures with the faces of different animals, spirits, and ghouls. A few showed not monsters, but men, women, and children, all massacred in various ways. About halfway through the stack, I put it down and looked up at my grandfather. He was watching me, studying my reaction, trying to see if I believed what my father refused to. "Are all of these real?" I asked quietly. "All of those are not only real, but things I fought. There are more than just wendigos out in the world. Countless evils share this plane of existence with us, and I've come across many here in my time. After each battle, I would draw the monster that was my opponent. It helped me cope with what had happened and what I need to do. When I did not save a victim, I drew them as I found them, as a way to remember them, and to strengthen my resolve to save the victims of the next monster." I started to put all of the items back into the trunk, before pushing it back into the depths of the closet again. "I did not tell you all this so you could rush out and try and find that wendigo, those woods, and the beast that stole my brother's lives and destroyed mine. I did not want that for you. I told you so you know what's out there, the thing that preys on humanity, even though it's not my purpose. If you ever decide you need to know more about the things out there, then go through my journals. Call my old contacts. They already know you might reach out." Before anything else was said, my father entered the room. Furious, he sent me out. Before I had even closed the door, he was yelling at my grandfather for poisoning me with those ludicrous monsters of his. I did not ever speak about the wendigo or any other monster to my grandfather again. I did not know what I wanted to do. I couldn't go back to the innocent childhood that I had been enjoying before our talk. I couldn't just march off to kill monsters either. I didn't want to die like my great-uncles, and I had not developed my need to save others. 2 or so weeks after I learnt about the wendigo, my grandfather walked into the woods and never returned. When I realized where he had gone and that he would not be returning, I rushed into his room. I once again pulled out the trunk, meaning to break open the lock if I had to, but there was no need. Resting on top of the trunk were 2 items, the key and a note. I read the note first. "To my only grandson, I have decided to find the wendigo that murdered my family. I do not plan to kill it. I do not think I'm able to. Instead, I plan to let it kill me, so that when I see my brothers again, we will be on equal footing. We will have known the same hardship and the same death. I feel the need to see that monster one more time, and this is the only time left. I'm leaving you everything in this trunk. Do with it what you will. Do not be controlled by revenge like I was. If you try to hunt down the monster, do it for the living and not for the dead. I know that you are a better man at 16 than I ever was, and I love you for it. Goodbye, my grandson. Love, Grandpa. I read his note 3 times before carefully folding it up and putting it in my pocket. I unlocked the trunk and opened it. Everything was exactly where I had put it weeks before. The revolver and the knife were still untouched. My grandfather brought no form of protection with him to face the wendigo. I reached for the gun, intending to run after him and fight the wendigo to save him. But I didn't. Instead, I picked up his first journal and thumbled through it until I came across a list of names. Each name was accompanied by a phone number, and I realized that these were my grandfather's contacts. In the 24 hours that followed, I called every number in that list and started forming my own journey to leave my little hometown and learn the truth of this world. 5 years have passed since I left home, and I've only been back for a week. In that week, my room has changed a lot. The comic books are gone. So are the fantasy novels, the piles of homework, the toys I used to play with. Even the animals I used to carve are missing from my shelves. In their place, 3 newer wood carvings sit. A horned snake with 2 tails, a man with tattered wings and the leg of a goat, and a dog with 3 heads. These 3 carvings are all the images of the 3 monsters I have killed since leaving here. At the foot of my bed, there's a trunk containing 3 old journals, a revolver, a silver knife with a new leather grip to match its sheath, as well as old books, one of which is specifically about the legend of the wendigo, and 2 new knives, one of silver and one of iron. In front of me is my very own journal. Inside is the note that my grandfather wrote for me. The details of all 3 of my other hunts and this entry. I am writing this in here because I'm going to enter the forest tonight and kill the wendigo. I plan to leave this here in case I do not return, so that my family will know what happened to me. Whether I live or die, I want you to know that I have a life I'm proud of. I've saved lives and have made this world a little safer and filled with fewer monsters than when I found it. I do not plan for this hunt to be my last, and will do my damnedest to come back for this journal, but I know it doesn't mean I will. I love you all. Dean Gray. In March 2015, I woke up at around 3 a.m. I have no idea why. Usually I wake up to drink water or use the bathroom, but I needed neither of those. I was living in Southern California at the time, near Camp Pendleton, and where I lived, there was my neighborhood, then just wilderness. There was nothing beyond my neighborhood for miles, just land. Just an FYI, I have always been into the supernatural, but I don't think I really believed it until this experience. Before I went to sleep, I opened my window, because it was hot, and I had my curtains open and my shades open, and pulled up to make sure air was getting in. So at 3 a.m., I woke up and just looked out my window, which was next to my bed, and I thought I saw someone standing at the crosswalk across the street. I was just thinking, that's so weird, because usually we didn't have runners or early morning walkers until about 4:45 a.m. So I got up and went to my window so that I could get a closer look, and saw what I will never forget. This thing was standing, but its legs were bent, and it had some white fur covering the body. However, I could still see some skin. Its back was hunched over, and its face looked like some sort of dog's. If this creature was standing up, I'd say that it would be about 7 or 8 feet tall. Now mind you, this was back at 3 a.m, so I'm like, okay, you're hallucinating, go back to sleep. However, I was literally paralyzed with fear. and could not take my eyes off this creature. Its nose and ears just looked so similar to a dog's or some sort of wolf or coyote. Where I lived, coyotes were very prevalent. However, they never really came into the neighborhood. So as you can tell, I was just completely shocked and nervous. And as I was about to shut my window, the thing turned its head and stared right at me. It was standing directly under a streetlight, so I could see its features very clearly, and its eyes were black, but somehow they were shining, to where you could really see them staring right into your soul. That did it for me. I slammed my window shut, pulled down the blinds, closed the curtains, and jumped right back into bed while pulling the covers over my face. I never went back to sleep that night. Fast forward 2 years later, June of 2017. I again woke up, but this time I was just hungry. So I went downstairs to get some food and sat at my kitchen table. In the chair that I sat, my back was facing the window on the side of the house. This window was about a foot off the ground, and it was open about 10 inches, because my mum forgot to shut it. Now that window had no screen, because it got torn somehow, and we just didn't get around to replacing it yet. I had my earbuds in, and was watching a show or movie. I can't exactly remember, but I heard a noise. I couldn't tell if it was the movie or from outside, so I paused and listened. Then I heard heavy breathing, but I have never heard this kind of breathing before, and it was coming from directly behind me, right outside the window. The breathing was rough, rigid, and sounded not anything like a human. I was too scared to turn around, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, so I had goosebumps everywhere. The breathing lasted for about 2 minutes. Then I heard heavy footsteps, as if this thing was walking away. After about 10 minutes had passed, I shut the window, locked it, closed the curtains, and ran up to my room. I told my parents about my first encounter the next day, after it had happened. I was 16 at the time and still living with them. They just kind of looked at me and laughed, and said I was seeing things, and that it was probably just a coyote. After my second encounter, I told them the next day, and that time they really thought I was just tired, or was hearing things. My question to everyone out there is, have you ever experienced anything similar to this? Was this just a coyote? Was I hallucinating? It's been bothering me for a while now, and I had to download this app to get the story out, because I can't deal with no answers. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago, when I used to work in a warehouse which was a bit old, as I had seen goods and documents from the 1960s to 80s there. The warehouse had a basement and a first floor, and the lighting was not very good. All floors could only be accessed through a cargo/elevator or lift, as the only narrow staircase was kept locked at all times. It was a very silent and creepy place. There was a DVD player with 2 speakers on top near the lift doors in the basement, which had been there a while, but they were there. One day I was waiting for the lift in the basement as my colleagues were sending some goods down, which then I would unload in the basement, when suddenly one of the speakers started shaking violently, almost dancing, and then fell on its side, and I felt there was something else besides me in the basement. Another event took place in a room in my house. Few of my family members complained about a disturbance in one particular room. One day we found sugar scattered all over the floor in that room. A few days later, as soon as I entered the room, I felt a strong wind that went past my left, as if someone had just ran past me so close I could sense the feeling of being on my skin. I turned around, but there was nothing in the room. The feeling of someone's presence from a while ago was gone. Whatever it was had left the room upon me walking in. Some other things also happened, like knocks on cupboards/wardrobes and noises of dishes being messed with from the kitchen, but it never scared or hurt any of us. This story was told to us by our very pious elders, who's nearly 100 years old. He lives in a village in the mountains in northern Pakistan. His house is located next to a graveyard, or in other words, his gate opens into the graveyard. This is what he said: that he used to chop medium-sized trees up in the mountain, load them on a donkey, and bring them down to the village to sell. So there he was in the middle of the mountain one day when he spotted a man walking just a bit far behind him. He had snow-white, cottonish beard and was wearing white clothes, and his head was covered with a white piece of cloth like the Arabic turban. He'd never seen a man like that, and he wasn't a man. He was walking away and then faded into thin air. His body was shaken by that incident, and fear overcame him. So then he prayed to see the man again, and a few years after the incident, he was deep in his sleep in the middle of the night, and had a dream that someone was banging very hard on his house gate. He suddenly woke up, and it turns out someone was banging on his gate. He hesitated to walk across the yard and open it, as it was the middle of the night or very early in the morning. What he saw was the same man walking away from the gate, in all white. He wanted to speak but couldn't. He eventually faded, and that was the last time he saw him. He doesn't know who or what that was. One of our neighbors, who was an old lady, used to live alone in her haunted house, and another neighbor's daughter, aged 20, used to sleep over with her in case the old lady might need help at night, as she was an old lady, and this is what the old lady told us one day. The other night she was waiting for the girl when she walked from the main gate. She greeted her, but she didn't reply and walked straight into the house, and then into the room where they slept. She thought she might have been tired from working all day, and that's why she didn't talk and went straight into the room to sleep. As she was thinking about the girl, she walks in again from the main gate. The lady got confused. She didn't know what to say, but this time she spoke. Who was the first girl that had walked in and went straight to the room? They both went together to check, but as you can imagine, there was no one. I encountered what I believe to be a dog man. I lived in Southern California at the time, up in San Gabriel Mountains, a few hours east of LA. I know what people think of Cali. All they seem to picture are beaches, but I assure you the land here is diverse. My hometown is super tiny and has a fairly popular ski resort on the western side of town. If you take the only highway out past the ski resort for several miles, it's nothing but forest. There are a few campgrounds and day use areas, a couple of Forest Service buildings, and a very old gold mine out there. After those things, there is nothing but national forest, and then one insanely isolated very old restaurant that still functions, and then back to the forest for a long time. Anyway, I'm just setting the scene a little bit. I was about 10 to 11 when this happened. It was almost Christmas. It had snowed quite a bit that year, and was snowing on the evening that this happened. My stepdad decided that we would cut our own tree that year, and we got into my mum's big Dodge truck and headed off towards the mine, which was a couple of miles past the ski resort. We got to the base of the road and were talking and laughing. My stepdad was driving pretty slowly since it was snowing pretty good, and they had ploughed part of this road recently too, and there were big snow berms on either side of the road, damn near up to the top of the truck cab, so probably about a good 8 feet off the ground. It's barely getting dark at this time too. Not quite dark, but twilight perhaps. We can't see that much, and the truck's headlights are on. Quite suddenly from over my side there comes a huge dark shape that arcs over the top of the snow berm. It lands in the middle of the road fairly gracefully, and my stepdad slams on the brakes. I'm too stunned to speak or scream, because there, crouching in the road, is a damn werewolf. I can't describe it as anything else. It had a long muzzle and pointy ears, like a dog or a wolf, but pointier, and was covered in fur. Its paws were long digits that ended in claws. Not quite a hand, but not quite a paw either. It reminded me more of a raccoon hand, and I honestly don't remember it having a tail. It was very large and looked strong. This all happened in mere seconds. The thing jumps down and lands in a crouch, briefly glances at us in the truck, and my stepdad slammed on the brakes, and then it just vaulted up over the berm on the left side as easy as pie. It didn't use all force to jump, it just crouched on its hind legs and jumped. If I had to guess, I would say it's at least 6 to 7 feet tall, if it was standing up straight. More than a little terrifying, even if it was a simple and extremely quick encounter. My stepdad refused to talk about it when I asked. I asked him if he'd seen the same thing, and I knew he must have, because he hit the brakes so fast, and he was wide-eyed, and his face had broken into a sweat. I never did bring it up again, because we didn't have the best relationship, and I haven't spoken to him since he and my mum got divorced. I do sometimes think about it though, and I'm very tempted to contact him just to ask, but I don't know if it will be worthwhile, or if he even remembers. But I can never forget it. I was driving around my friend's old neighborhood, keeping an eye on the place as it's quite a hotspot for the paranormal and supernatural. On one such instance is when he and I were walking down his street. The sun was setting and the evening breeze glided through the trees, all the while as a peaceful, heavy and suffocating surreality filled the atmosphere. Just as a shiver went up my back, he turned to the edge of the woods, and I followed suit soon after. As if on cue, a man's yell, painful and full of agony, broke the eerie serenity of the evening. Now on edge, as this type of thing happens from time to time, we pick up our pace and walk briskly, as his home was just 10 minutes from where we were, but we knew anything could happen between here and there if we weren't careful. About 5 minutes away now, another yell boomed from the woods, but this time it altered from before, becoming more and more animalistic as it dragged on. We picked up our pace again, the daylight almost completely gone, and finally reached his front porch, and that's when we heard it, behind us. In the woodline, we heard a screech, an awful combination of a rooster's crow, a goat's bleat, and a dog's bark. After that, whatever it was, hissed and began coming towards us quickly. The leaves in the trees rustled as it got closer and closer, jumping down from the branches and into the brush of the bushes and smaller trees. It came crashing towards us and just stopped before it broke out of the tree cover, breathing heavily and pointing its bony clawed fingers out of the brush and to us, curling it in a motion as if to tempt us to come closer. After that, my friend unlocked his door and swung it open, both of us stumbling inside and slamming it shut behind us. As soon as we did, whatever that thing was slammed up against it and tried to break it down, if not at the very least frightening us. It then sounded as if it jumped from his porch and back into a tree, dashing back into the woods. Later on that night, we heard some occasional scratching, as well as tapping on the windows and other parts of the house, but we didn't bother to open the blinds for obvious reasons. Thankfully, we had the pleasure to not see what it looked like, but did have the misfortune of hearing it screech and seeing its clawed, bony, thin fingers. That's just one of the many uncomfortable, yet equally exciting experiences we've had together. He and I are sensitive to things like this, and as such, from what we've determined, after so many encounters with haunting and breathtaking dauntless beings, are seen as something curious in their eyes, that we may either hinder or help them. Anywho, if you want a good time, be sure to visit Holbrook, South Carolina. It's in Dorchester County, a quaint and quiet little neighborhood. Unfortunately, most of it has been destroyed for housing development, but that doesn't exactly restrain the odd things from occurring. Just be on your guard and stay safe. I am experienced in the outdoors. I'm a hunter, hiker, and camper. I don't usually spook too easily because I basically grew up with a gun in one hand, a fishing pole in the other, and maybe a magnesium fire starter hidden somewhere special, as well as a knife. I always have a knife. I hunt in a town not too far north of Mille Lacs Lake. One season I was fairly deep in the woods on a snowmobile trail. When I hunt, I typically carry my .30 to .06 and my knife and pack. I feel fairly confident in the woods, but this season I had some concern. The deer population seemed lower on our property recently, and we knew that there were wolves around because you can hear them howl at night and have found tracks, but they typically don't mess with people, luckily. But as I was scanning for deer tracks in the dirt, I found a different set of tracks that stood out to me. It looked canine minus the nail marks, which were a bit wider. The paw on it looked like an animal of 150 pounds. Then it clicked that this was a feline track, a big one, and fairly fresh. I knew there were bobcats around, but they don't get that big, and the next logical step is to assume that there's a cougar. Now I decided to double back, so I'm heading back east on the trail, and my dad calls and asks me to push through the woods towards his stand, so I say sure. At this point his stand is perhaps 500 meters through thick woods for me, and I'm concerned about predators, but I also know that I'm 6'4", 190 pounds, and that's before putting on my gear, and that statistically speaking, cougars don't tend to attack healthy adult men. So I push forward. I get about halfway to the other stand and get concerned because I lost my marker, so I stop to regain my bearing when it hits me. My gut tells me that I'm being watched. Then I notice how still the woods are. It's very quiet, and I hear a branch snap behind me, maybe 20 meters. I ready my rifle and scan in a circle, and only see trees and brush. I wait, and it's just quiet, so I push forwards towards my dad's stand, and I think the whole time that I hear something not far behind me, quietly keeping pace. Eventually I stopped hearing it, and the woods returned to normal with birdsong and whatnot. Then I stepped out onto a trail about 40 meters from my dad's stand. I suspected it was the cougar that made the tracks. My guess is that they thought it would be too much of a fight, or it caught wind of my dad and chose to back off. But I never did see it. But something was definitely following me. This story is the second one, and happened 2 years ago. I decided to take my fiancée hiking after work one evening, in a park with some nice bluffs to climb for a great view. I was hoping to see a pretty sunset, Now this isn't a particularly safe thing to do at this time of night, so I gave her my tactical knife, and I carried my .40 caliber pistol. So we arrived and parked the car, and started heading up a trail. About 100 meters in, we spook and jump what I thought was a deer. It hauled ass away from us so quickly that I only saw a flash of tan and maybe its flag. And honestly, it scared us pretty good too. So now I'm on edge, and we round a crest in a hill, and I see a black mass to my left peripheral vision. I unsnap the retention on my holster and turn to engage. A mound of dirt black, and now I calm down, and we continue as it's a nice evening. The birds are still chirping, bugs are making noises, and it's regular forest stuff. We get about 200 meters from the halfway point on the trail, and it starts to feel eerie, like we're being watched. This time, it clicked right away. The woods are now dead, but I start noticing movement keeping pace with us, so I keep us moving towards the top of the hill, to the high ground, which is the halfway point on the trail. We reach it, and it stops, but the woods are still dead calm, and my fiancée tells me she thinks we're being followed. So we decide to move on and take a shortcut back down the bluff to the paved trail. We make it, and the woods go back to normal. We considered hiking more, but we were a bit too spooked and left the park. Now whatever was following us, I suspect, was another cougar. It was quiet, and we didn't see it. And the strangest part is that the stalking noises it did sounded elevated, like it was moving from tree to tree, and big cats have been known to do this. This story was told to me by my mother. I was very young at the time and could barely walk. I was probably around 1, and my mother would take me out to the front yard in the middle of the night for me to do my business. It was one of those nights, and I and my mother were in the middle of the night when my mum saw an egg-shaped light flying towards us in the air. We lived in a village near mountains, and it gives me chills every time I remember this story. An egg or oval-shaped light flying towards us in extreme dead silence of the night. It came closer and closer until flashed into our faces like the flash of a photo camera and just vanished. We have never been able to find any explanation. The following event took place in the same location, but I was around 12 to 13 at the time. We had a huge shed in front of our rooms, which was supported by pillars at the front and was good for sleeping in rainy summer nights, as it's very hot where we lived at the time. This event took place during one of the winter nights and was told by both my parents the next morning. So I and my siblings were sleeping with my parents in one of the rooms when my father got up in the middle of the night and heard someone coming from the shed just outside the room. The noise sounded like someone's sigh, as if someone in deep fever or in extreme pain. At first, my father thought someone had broken in our house, so turned on his torch, but it went off as soon as he turned it on and would not switch back on. Main electricity wasn't working as power was turned off in the whole village, and my father tried to look around, but there was no one. If that was a djinn, it must have been a very scary one, due to the sound and the feeling of its presence. Hairs on my whole body stand till this day whenever I remember that moment. I don't know how my parents handled the situation that night. I hope no one ever faces what my parents faced then. Next to our house was our neighbor's house. Note that most of the houses in our village are built in the same style. Rooms and then sheds supported by pillars in front of the rooms, and then the yard. So our neighbor's house was similar to our house. No one lived there as they all lived in the city, but we kept the house keys just in case. My younger brother used to play cricket with his friends in there, all aged between 7 and 10. One day as they were playing cricket as usual, when the ball went inside the shed, and stopped next to a room door when one of the boys went to go get the ball, and as soon as he got close to the room, sees knocking in the room door from inside. No one lived in the house as mentioned before. I saw all the kids screaming and running out of the house. The house is haunted, by the way, and the kids never played there after this incident. This story was told by a colleague of mine from my previous workplace. He was a Hindu, and this is what he said. One of the relatives was an artisan jewelry maker. He used to make artificial jewelry products at his house during the night and would sell them in the morning. One day I received a call about the same relative saying he had not returned home for 2 days. So I, along with a few other people, went out to search for him. They found his body washed away near a riverbank. We prepared the funeral, and after the funeral I stayed the night with his family. At some point during the night, I woke up and heard the sound of a very small hammer used by the deceased to make jewelry, as if someone was still crafting. I'm a grown man, but was very scared. I pretended to be asleep and returned home the next day, and have never been there since. This event happened 3 years ago during mid-July. I lived in Montana outside of a rural community with a population of about 2,000. During this time I lived in a small one-floor ranch, home by myself. My nearest neighbor lived 1 mile away and was a farmer. I never had many strange encounters leading up to this one, but the woods by my house always had an ominous feel to it. Soon after moving in, I realized why the previous homeowners left so quickly. I'd start to hear noises in the woods. These weren't just any noises, but what sounded like blood-curdling screams and growls. After some research, I learnt that even something like a raccoon or bobcat can make these seemingly unnatural noises, and chalked it up to it being that. But still, it never felt right. It's hard to explain, but I never felt like this before, and it was just something about the woods in my house that made me feel uncomfortable, like I was always being watched. The first experience I couldn't explain happened about 2 weeks after I'd moved in. There was a thunderstorm, and the thunder was loud enough to keep me awake. I never did feel comfortable in storms by myself. The lightning was crazy and would light up the whole surrounding area for a fraction of a second. I was laying on the couch and got up to get a glass and a drink at the sink. It was about 2 a.m. if I recall correctly. Above it, there's a small window that gives a view of my yard leading up to the tree line. When the next flash of lightning hits, I saw it. Admittedly, it wasn't a long view, but it gave me enough time to see whatever this thing was. It was near the tree line, just a few steps into my yard. At first, I thought it was a bear, but it wasn't. It was standing on 2 legs with its face pointed towards the house. Its legs were like a dog's, and I could clearly make out the hocks. It was hard to tell the color, but the fur was dark, and its upper body was massive with a wide torso and arms that could almost reach the ground from standing. The strangest thing is how the upper body seemed to dwarf the lower body. After standing there frozen in shock, I waited for the next lightning strike, but when it happened it wasn't there. It happened so quickly, and it was gone so quickly. After that, I purchased a gun, and would sleep with it within arm's reach. The next encounter is what I consider the most frightening thing of my life. For several weeks, nothing worth noting happened. I don't get cable where I live, and one night I was watching something, and my satellite kept acting up. I didn't like going outside at night, but this would be quick. I just had to move the antenna a little bit. Nothing had happened for a few weeks, so I decided to just go out and do it. I grabbed my gun and flashlight and went out. The first thing I noticed was the eerie quietness that surrounded me. Despite the time of year, the woods were active with all kinds of creatures, but not tonight. Despite the fear I was developing, I made my way over to the satellite and began to adjust it. I heard a small snap of a stick and quietly turned to my left and shined the light towards the direction of the noise. What I saw will horrify me for the rest of my life. I was immediately met with red eyes. These eyes were the color of blood and were evil. The head of this thing looked like a mutated German shepherd. I don't like to say it, but it looked like a werewolf. A long snout and pointed ears. The fur was black and shaggy in some places, and I could see this creature's extremely developed musculature, and it dwarfed the largest human on Earth. It was half in and half out the woods, almost crouching, and it still came to about 6 feet. Fully standing, this thing would have been 8 feet tall. I was about 20 feet from this thing, and I didn't even consider my gun, which I brought to protect me. Chances are, in hindsight, the little .223 bullets would have just annoyed this thing before it tore me to shreds. I backed away slowly, never breaking eye contact with it. I gently picked up my gun, and my fight or flight reflexes kicked in. I chose flight. Maybe not the best option, but even if I'd stayed there, this thing would kill me. I ran the fastest I'd ever ran in my life, and didn't turn back once. I have no idea if it was pursuing me. I got in the house, locked every door and window, and covered the blinds, and sat with my back against the wall, cradling the gun the entire night. I didn't get a wink of sleep that night, and didn't get much for the following days. To make a long story short, I don't live there anymore. People often talk of Sasquatch being harmonious with nature and living within the ecosystem. Sure, if you see one it might be scary, but it's probably more awe than anything. This thing was totally different. It felt evil. It was stalking me, toying with me, and I believe it would have killed me. I have never seen nor experienced this feeling again in my life. It is a memory I try to put past me, but I still get nightmares about it. I think until the day I die, I will always have the image burned into my memory. The best image I have seen that fits the description of the creature are the werewolves from the movie The Howling. This story happened during my teenage years. I lived in a small town of 2,000 people, mainly surrounded by boreal forest in Canada. This place was great, as we often saw deers, and it was usually a quiet and safe place. To put a bit of context, my house was located at the side of a dead end, and the only light source at night was my house. There was a single street light at the end of the road, but it only lighted up a part of the street and the forest behind it. We were a dog family. I only had small dogs when I lived there. Every day, we needed to let them out to pee, as all dogs do. But at night, they were almost impossible to see because of the darkness. Our terrain was kind of big, and the light sources were weak. I was a gamer at that time, and often stayed up late, so I was the one who needed to take out the dog to pee at 2 a.m. because it stayed with me while I was playing. One night, I opened the door and waited for my dog to do his thing. While trying to look at it, I was only able to see the reflection on the light in its eyes when it looked at me. I started to look around, because there were sometimes deer sleeping in the wood, under the streetlights perhaps, or wild turkeys roaming around, when a little dark spot caught my attention. It looked like a human head emerging from the bushes, but I wasn't able to see it because it was a bit in the dark. I didn't want my dog to run after whatever it was, as it had a tendency to run after wild animals, so I called it. It didn't listen to me, but the thing in the bushes started to crawl towards the street slowly. It looked like a human, with thin limbs, but a normal body and a slightly long neck. I started to freak out a bit, and shook the treats cup so my dog would hurry. It came inside running, and I shut the door as fast as I could, closed the lights in my house so I could have a view of what was outside. The strange animal crawled fast, almost running like a dog with every limb broken. As it improvised a crawling movement, the animal passed under the light, where I saw it had no fur, as a shaved animal. It was disgusting. I was afraid and standing in the dark. The animal ran towards the light and continued on the street where I wasn't able to see it because the houses in my neighborhood were delimited by trees. I locked the door and went to sleep with my dog and spoke to no one about it. A few months later, I went to bed early at 11 p.m. and went to watch some videos on my phone. They were gaming videos, and I had earphones on. A sound on the video was recurring, and I thought it was annoying, like a distant weird scream. After the video finished, I went to see another, but during the loading, the sound occurred. I removed my earphones and waited for the sound, and heard it, and had tears in my eyes. It was coming from my window. My room is on the second floor. I looked down into the forest. If there was some movement, the only light near the forest entrance was the moonlight, and an underwater light in our pool that emitted a small halo around it. I wasn't able to see anything, but the sound occurred again. It was like a mix between a distorted scream and a pig having its throat slit, or a strong pain whining from a dog. I looked down and saw an animal that passed so fast it was very hard to see, but it was human-sized with limbs crawling like a spider. It wasn't running after anything, but the sound occurred another time. It was the most horrible thing I'd ever heard. I closed my window to choke a bit of the sonority of it. I heard it again 3 other times, and it stopped after that. I spoke to my dad about the sound, and he told me it was probably a deer being attacked by a wild animal. I was so scared of it I barely walked into the woods at night the 3 years following, before moving into a city to go to university. Even this day I have never heard of an animal like that, and made me really doubt my mental health at the time. Because I had PTSD from a dog attack in middle school, and I sometimes had light hallucinations when I gamed for too long, like a black shadow that disappears immediately or things like that. There were barely any reports of wolves, coyotes or bears in my area, and believe me, I've made a lot of discoveries exploring the forest in this town. This happened when I was about 7 years old, to my uncle. He is no longer with us, and I would like to share his story. Growing up, I lived in northern Michigan, on 5,000 acres of farm/ranch land that backed into state land. Nothing but miles of forest and pastures could be seen. Needless to say, it made us feel pretty tough, and it takes a lot to spook us. We are all avid hunters, fishermen, and outdoorsmen. Being the only girl, I was raised as a tomboy, and I'm just the same. My uncle went off to join the military, becoming a senior NCO in a prominent Special Forces division of the US Navy. He was 6'4", built like a wrestler, and obviously skilled in survival tactics, and nothing rattled him. He was home on leave, and went out hunting as it was deer season. I remember him coming into the house, shaking and crying, saying he saw something in the woods. My uncle never cried. He was tough as nails and would tear someone to shreds before he let them make him cry. My grandmother tried to get him to make sense, but he kept saying how he saw Bigfoot mixed with a wolf. My granny immediately got my grandfather, and he rounded up the rest of the guys hunting. My dad, a few male cousins, my uncle, who was still terrified, but went because he didn't want to be labeled as a chicken. They got all their shotguns and ammunition and saddled the horses to go clear the woods. Apparently, they were aware of the dogman, but I was blissfully young and ignorant. They told me to stay inside, and for no reason was I to step out of our house until they returned. I had never heard my dad or grandfather so serious, so I hid in my room. Sunset comes, and they still aren't back. I'm really worried at this point, because they never stayed in the woods until after dark. Shortly, I heard the sounds of the horses running to the barn, and their voices. I was so relieved. They looked troubled when they came into the house, but didn't say anything to not spook me. At dinner, my dad laid down the law. I was no longer allowed to play outside or go into the barns alone. I had to have my grandfather with me at all times. Of course, I was upset by this and felt my independence was being robbed, but I obeyed. The next morning, my dad and grandfather taught me how to shoot. I knew it was serious. I overheard the adults talking the next night. Apparently there were tracks where my uncle had his sighting, bigger than any wolf could make, but they were definitely dog tracks. As I said before, we are avid outdoorsmen and hunters. We could identify tracks easily, but these could not be identified. About 8 feet up in a tree were claw marks. No bear that lives in this area could make these. We also found claw marks of about the same height on multiple trees throughout our property. Had cattle mutilated, and not in the way a coyote or bear would, and it lasted that whole winter. We lost about 30 to 40 cattle that winter, all of them mutilated, all with the same wolf/dog tracks in the snow. I really feel like this experience changed my uncle. Who knows? He did multiple tours in the Middle East for Desert Storm and OIF, Operation Iraqi Freedom, before he committed suicide. After that experience, though, he was never the same. He went from not ever drinking to never seeing him without a bottle of Jack, and his eyes were always haunted. He changed his personality and never went out into the woods again. He quit hunting, and he eventually just quit coming home to visit on leave. He didn't even come home for my dad's funeral 2 years later. It was heartbreaking to see him deteriorate the way he did. I truly believe he saw something out there, and it ultimately killed him. A number of years ago, I was driving through the woods. It was dark, and I needed to get home. I was absolutely exhausted after another day doing the late shift. It must have been about 2 a.m. at this point. I'm driving through a fairly secluded patch of forest when I notice that my car starts acting funny. My headlights turn off, and I start playing with the buttons to try and make them turn on again, to no avail. I realize this is dangerous. I can no longer see where I'm going, and if someone, as unlikely as it is, starts coming down this road, I am in serious danger. So I pull over with the little moonlight visibility I have and park my car. There I try turning the engine off and on again, but once turned off, the car doesn't start. It just splutters and dies. This was in the era before cell phones, so I had two choices: walk in the dark until I found the nearest town to use a payphone, or wait it out till morning. I wasn't entirely sure which one I preferred, as it was dark and forested, and to be fair, I knew I had a very long way in either direction to get to the nearest town. So I chose to stay in the car. I reclined my seat and started getting myself comfortable. That's when I heard something in the distance, a sound like no other. A furious cry, mixed in with a growl. It sounded like the scream of a fox, and at least a handful of other creatures rolled into one. This horrific, primal screaming. I instantly jolted up from my reclined seat and looked out the window, scanning my surroundings. The lighting wasn't very good, and I could barely make anything out past the dark tree line. That's when I realized that if there was something out there, I was showing my face, so I instantly ducked and pretended I wasn't here. The sound happened a few minutes later, this time closer to my vehicle, and a few minutes after that, there was a definite scratching and a tapping on the back of my car. I dared not look up. If there was something there, it could obviously see me through the rear window. And I told myself I was being silly. I'm in a car, I'm protected. Nothing can hurt me. I slowly twist my head uncomfortably up so that I'm still laying down but looking into the back window. And there's nothing there. With a pang of relief, I turn around to face the front window once more, which is where I see it. A creature the likes of which I have never seen. Tall, hairy, the mouth of a dog. It was horrific. Its long, bestial limbs outstretched, far taller than a human. I have no words for what this creature was. And in its own sickening way, it gave me a predatory grin, and I just about shat myself there and then. I fumbled to sit up, but was paralyzed with fear, and in a moment of bravery, as it started moving to the right of my car, as if it were going for the door, did I jolt up and spring into action. I plunged my keys into the car slot, twisted it, and by some kind of miracle the engine revved up. I put my foot on the accelerator and darted into the night. My headlights had started to work again, and I don't think I dropped below 90 the whole way home. When I reached my house at about 4 a.m., I couldn't sleep a wink. I wasn't sure what I saw, but I'm glad I didn't stick around to find out. I know many of you are hearing this and thinking I sound absolutely insane, and trust me, if I hadn't experienced what I had, I'd be in the same boat as you. But I know what I saw, and there is something out there, and I have no intention of finding out what it is. I am an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival. I'm very familiar and used to wildlife, and I was charged by what I believe was a cryptid called a dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear. A bear cannot move how it did. And it was not a normal wolf, as they cannot comfortably run on 2 legs, whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing that. I'm going to elaborate further. This happened around June or July of 2007. I was 17 years old and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwest Wisconsin. I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night, it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach because of the bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was that if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach, and at night, it always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy. That is until this incident. So this happened between 12 and 2. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle. I was in full woodland camo, he was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us about 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point, and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail, talking, and he was maybe 10 feet from me, when I decided to mess with him. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze, then I realized the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right when I saw it. Its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds, but it wasn't normal. This wolf was on 2 legs crouching next to a tree, with its arm grasping the tree, grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish-brown fur. I told my cousin that we have to go, and the next thing I know he is sprinting, and I look back at Wolfie, who was locked on and sprinted a few steps on 2 feet, and then I turned and ran. When it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all 4s, it charged us and sounded right up our asses, barreling through the brush, but for whatever reason, let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What struck with me was the sheer size. Wolfie appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright, and that where it should have had its front paws appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I've heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know, they can't sprint on 2 legs, nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly. A werewolf or a dog man. For years I've been reading about skinwalkers, and only recently have I had a personal experience. I live in a suburban neighborhood that often has possums, ferals, and the like. I've never feared them. I was in my backyard one night, being melodramatic and burning some photographs, which had made me incredibly sad and negative. During that time, I felt an intense presence. I felt like I was being watched, and heard occasional leaves being crushed. I got freaked out and went inside. I fell asleep on my couch, and after a few moments from falling asleep, I heard a loud banging on my back door. I woke up my roommate and told him about it, asking to check it out with his gun. When we looked outside, we saw a cat sitting on the steps staring at us that eerily resembled the cat that we'd been feeding for years now. Except it was so wrong. Its markings were incredibly off, its eyes were human-like, and we both felt chills immediately after seeing it. I've read that in order to replicate a being's appearance, the skinwalker has to kill that being. But after, I did see our usual stray with her usual markings. This was incredibly eerie. This encounter happened recently, when I was hiking with my husband and son. We went hiking to this spot in South Cali, where I've been going for the last 13 years. The hiking trails are basically located all along the cliff. Some trails lead to a secluded beach, others to a cave. We took the trail that leads to the beach, and we usually kept walking longer than the average person, since we are more familiar with the terrain after the trail ends. Around 4:30, we knew it was time to hike back up the trail while watching the sunset. At the same time, the moon was rising on the opposite direction. This moon was huge, probably one of the biggest moons I've ever seen, and this is where we took some pics. We decided once we got back up to the top of the trail around 5:30ish to keep hiking along some other trail, which we've only been to once. The night was still young, and plenty of families were walking amongst this trail. I decided to take a quick break after a short jog to enjoy the scenery and appreciate the moon. At this time, my husband and son were pretty far from me, and all I could see were their silhouettes. The night was now upon us, and the fog from the Pacific Ocean was making its way up the cliff into the hiking trails. My husband and son decided to turn back and meet me because it was getting dark. My son began to run past us. At this point, my husband looks towards his direction and sees this black silhouette of a tall person standing about 9 meters away from my son. As soon as this thing notices that my husband is looking at it, it gets on all fours and takes off like an animal. He yells for my son to come back, and he then tells me what he saw and says he saw something running across the trail. I'm scared of dogs, so first thing I thought was a stray dog running loose. But he says no, that it's bigger than a dog and almost the size of a bear. But it had the silhouette of a man standing in the middle of the trail, and it took off on all fours as soon as he looked at it. He said this thing was darker than the dark around us, and at this point we freaked the hell out. We were hugging each other close, not knowing what to expect next. We were basically in the middle of a trail we've only been to once, with awful phone service. We looked around the trail, and it was completely empty with no one to be seen. We were basically the only ones there. That trail went from being packed with people to now us three being the only ones there within minutes, which made everything even more terrifying. We decided to suck it up and walk back to our car, which meant we had to pass by where my husband saw this thing on the trail. My husband said he thought he saw this humanoid run down the trail, but once we got to the spot where he saw it, the trail turned right, but the figure ran left. To the left was a fence and a bunch of tall bushes, making it impossible for something to go that way. Whatever that thing was, it had to have jumped the fence in order to keep traveling down that way. We never saw or heard it jump the fence, and better yet, we never heard its footsteps or anything move in the bushes. My husband said it just disappeared. We managed to keep walking along the trail while holding his phone flashlight pointed at the fence and bushes where he saw it go towards. All I had was my water bottle, and I was prepared to use it as a weapon if necessary. All we could hope for is that we saw other people on the trail. Then we finally see lights coming from a motorbike towards the end of this trail. This person was going into the trail as we were relieved to be out of it and into the parking lot. When we finally got into the parking lot, it went from 50 cars to only 2 left. There was this couple standing taking pictures. At this point, even the person on the motorbike had noped out of there. As we made our way back to the car, I joked with my husband how he might have seen a werewolf. He was still in shock and didn't say no, but was trying to process what he had witnessed. My son said he saw something crawling, and that's when my husband called him to come back towards us. He was really scared that night and refused to sleep alone. We all slept in the same room, and my son said that he felt like it was following us the whole time we were coming home. I certainly hope not. Today we ended up watching this segment on the news by accident while having dinner and heard that today is Super Blood Wolf Moon, and I'm 90% convinced the creature we saw is a werewolf. This location is notorious for many deaths, as it's on a cliff where many have died from falling over or drowning. When we went there for the first time, there was a sign about someone who fell off a cliff. One night, the dog was outside barking, so I got up and went out to look. As I was looking outside, the dog came back in and left me alone standing in the darkness next to the shed. I soon became aware of noises in the shed, but put it down as wind. That is until it moved closer, and I felt a strong sense of dread surge through my body. I listened intently to the sound. It almost sounded like a person was on all fours scuffling around. I heard the noise. It was moving towards the shed door. I fled. I ran inside and slammed the door. I sat down and tried to tell myself that it was just the wind. At first, the dread was going away, but then I could feel it building up again. It felt like it was trying to find a way in, moving back and forth along the walls of the house. Then, I suddenly felt it inside the apartment. It had made its way into the kitchen. I'm still unsure how. The window, perhaps? I could feel it getting slowly closer. I was too afraid to look behind me into the kitchen, but I managed to jump up and slammed the door. I hoped it would leave, and it did. After this, I would hear it sometimes just scuffling around at night. The alley at the back was dark and smelly, so I assumed it liked it. Now this next bit is truly a fault on my own part. I really should have listened to my own gut feeling. Months later, it's summer, and therefore very warm. I had the back door open, and I was on my laptop as it got dark. At some point, I turned on the light and sat back down. I sat facing the back door. My laptop screen stopped me from seeing the bottom half of the door. After a while, I started hearing movement outside and felt uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. Yep, I sat there and told myself it couldn't possibly be anything. I know, foolish. The feeling continued to grow stronger. My whole body was screaming at me to run. Then, our dog comes running downstairs, stops in the middle of the room, looks at me, and then goes to walk outside. The way she did this was just odd. I pulled down my screen and watched her head towards the back door. As she walked out, there was this thing. It was a humanoid figure crouched down by the door, its skin dark brown like dirt and rot, with the texture of a burn victim, hairless and skinny like it hadn't eaten in months. There it was. This thing that I had been of fear of for so long, right up against the doorframe, trying to make its way inside. The figure twisted its emaciated form around to follow the dog. It was crouched down onto its hands and feet. That's why it made a scuffling noise. I jumped up and threw my laptop to the floor. I ran upstairs and refused to go back down alone. The stupidest thing was that I doubted myself, and if it wasn't for that dog, I don't know what would have happened. Her look towards me when she came downstairs, I can only imagine she was wondering why I wasn't running away. A friend told me it sounds like a skinwalker, I don't know what it was, but I sure am happy that we moved. I moved to the UK with my brother about 4 years ago, who had moved in only 2 months before me, and we used to share a room in a shared house. Since the day I had moved in, I used to have very scary nightmares and would scream whilst asleep. One morning when I woke up, my brother asked me if I had experienced sleep paralysis that night, and I asked him, "How do you know?" He replied, "Because I did too." That was really shocking because there was something in the room playing tricks on both of us. This happened after a few months, and I and my brother happened to be on the same security shift on the same night in the middle of the fields, which could only be accessed through a dirt road since there was a solar farm being built and we had to take care of it. It was during the afternoon, and my brother fell asleep inside the cabin while I kept an eye outside, and what I saw was a white car that just sped on the dirt road, causing dust to fly everywhere, and I immediately came out of the cabin to see that there was nothing, so I brushed it off as my imagination. A little while later, when my brother woke up, he said that he had just had a dream about seeing a white car speeding on that road. That was another surprise. About a year later, my brother was doing nightly security with one of his friends on shift with him in the middle of nowhere, down south, and this is what he told me/my family. We were doing security shift in the middle of fields, far away from the city, and we were cooking ourselves some food on a camping gas stove out in the open. It was already dark, and there were no other human beings apart from us two, when suddenly we heard someone talking just a few yards away from us. My friend asked me if I had heard it, and I sure had, but for his sake I denied hearing anything, trying not to scare him, as there were no other human beings apart from us. The next event took place about a month or two ago, when I was on a security shift on a construction site, sitting inside a welfare cabin playing on my phone. It is my habit to close all the doors and windows due to the cold and having the heat on full. That particular site has direct power, not a generator. It had already been a few hours since the workers had left, and it was already dark. So there I am sitting in the cabin for more or less 2 hours, and someone's safety helmet/hard hat just flew off the wall hanger hook near the cabin door and fell about a meter away from the wall itself. I panicked, as it was a sudden surprise, and as I mentioned earlier that all doors and windows were closed and the power is direct, so no generator shaking, and it sat there for 2 hours before it flew off the wall hanger hook. I live in the suburbs outside of Chicago. My city is highly suburbanized and is highly populated. Despite this, there are areas in the city that are not so city-like. These events took place near a major road in a kind of rural section of the town. 2 nights ago, around 9 p.m, I was driving home with my girlfriend. We were talking about a TV show we both enjoyed and just making general small talk. Near my house, there is a certain road that just always made me feel extremely uncomfortable. The road has no street lights and is hard to see in. All of the lights from the surrounding area seem to be drowned out due to how densely wooded the area is. Accompanying the array of trees are some small houses. Most of them are in states of disrepair, and a number of them are vacant. With this area being kind of chilling at night, I always turn my high beams on when I drive down there. As we are about halfway down the road, I noticed something dart from the edge of the road into some hedges. What I saw wasn't exactly pleasant to look at, even with my limited view. My headlights illuminated the bottom half of the creature, due to it being fairly tall and fairly down the road. Due to this, I couldn't see the whole thing, but what I did see, I remember vividly. The creature was gangling, roughly 6 to 7 feet tall. I could make out its ribs underneath its tight skin. Its fur was very short, like that of an otter, and covered all of what I could see. Its knees were pointed backwards, sort of like a bird's, and its feet seemed to be pawed like a dog. Only they were massive. Even more horrifying were its long, skinny arms. I couldn't see its hands, but just from seeing those arms, I didn't, and still don't want to know what was attached to those things. From looking at its hips, I could tell it walked at either upright or something very similar to that. Its back was at a 45-degree angle to its legs, but was curved instead of straight. The way it ran was like a person over-exaggerating a tiptoe, like you would see in a Tom and Jerry cartoon. This creature was less like one animal, and more like a conglomerate of many others. When I saw this thing, I went silent. I didn't know what to do, so I just kept silent and carried on driving. I looked back in my rearview mirrors, but only darkness looked back. I couldn't see anything. My girlfriend could see that I was visibly shaken and aloof in the conversation. Apparently, she didn't notice whatever the hell this thing was, and didn't know why I was acting so odd. At first, she didn't believe me, but as I gave more and more detail, while showing more and more fear, she knew I was telling the truth. I was understandably uneasy for the rest of the night. When I told my account to one of my friends who lived in the area, he reminded me of an event that took place just back in August. One street over from my sighting, there was a bloodied and skinned animal on the side of the road. We both drove by it a few times, because it was there for a few days. Whatever that poor animal was, we didn't know. It was too badly mangled to be recognized. We think that the animal might have been a raccoon or a dog. Hopefully these two events are unrelated. In high school, my buddies and I used to boat at Lake Powell during the summers, and we would camp at Lone Rock and hang out in Page, Arizona at night. One night, a local took us to the trading post on the edge of a reservation down there. On our way, our teenage tour guide was trying to spook us with some crazy native stories, telling us about the old medicine men and the lone rider. We had already heard of some bad omens, like a coyote crossing your path, but none of us were very superstitious. When we arrive, we find ourselves around several abandoned buildings, half falling apart, but still had a few walls standing. It was dark at 2 a.m., but you could see some graffiti and broken bottles on the ground. The structures weren't very tall, but instead were built down into holes in the ground. One building, we're told, was where a child had died after being locked in when her parents left and never returned. We all feel a little eerie, but jokingly try to startle each other or pretend we heard something from inside one of the dark buildings. The local who took us out there was playing along, until she bolted for a car and screamed at us to get in. So we did. We peel out, and once we're back on the road, we are asking what happened. But she says she doesn't want to get into any trouble, and it's bad luck to talk about it. We think she's trying to draw us into some scary story, but she's not happy and not interested in talking about it. Once we're back in town, we're all hyped up and teasing each other about what happened. We head to the Warweek Resort to sneak into the hot tubs and I go searching for an unlocked maid's closet in one of the buildings to find some towels, and while crossing the parking lot, I see what looked to me like someone's pet husky, but it's bigger, brown, and has a small head. It was just watching me. It's a way away. I figured the owner was close by, so I think nothing of it, and I return with towels. All while we're chilling in the hot tub, 5 feet apart, 2 giant owls land on the perimeter fence behind us. Nothing too crazy. I'm the only one who takes notice, but it seems a little out of sorts, and these birds are big. The next day we meet a native at the Taco Bell, and we're telling him about our adventure, and he warns us of the Skinwalkers. He tells us they do not like their territory being invaded and mocked. He cautioned us that they track their enemies disguised as coyotes or owls. Anyway, I don't go on late night reservation trips anymore. My brother and I have always loved nature and wildlife. My brother is in the military, and I work in the outdoors. We've probably spent more time in nature than anyone we know. We know animals and their distinctive sounds, as well as their behaviors. Wolves in particular have always fascinated us, because they've always behaved strangely in our presence. The first of these experiences was around 10 years ago. We used to travel to an island near the house that required kayaking for 1 kilometer to get there. We were walking in the night and suddenly found ourselves surrounded by 7 wolves. We used pepper spray against them and went to take refuge in a tree. The wolves stayed all night at the foot of the tree. My brother returned there alone afterwards, and one night he was walking and an animal yelled at him. He didn't see the animal, but the sound of it terrified him. A scream of a man with a deep voice mixed with the cry of a baby. He fired 6 rounds to where the sound was coming from, and the animal yelled louder and fled. The sound of his footsteps indicated that he was running on 2 legs. He was big enough to break everything in his path, and we went back and saw many signs of what we thought were associated with a Bigfoot. This story stayed there because we didn't really believe it. My brother later moved 400 kilometers from this place, close to one of Canada's largest protected forests. Whenever we go into this forest, we are there between 5 or 6 hours and end up surrounded by aggressive wolves. When we do not leave early enough, we are forced to shoot in their direction in order to scare them off, which doesn't really work. We've been surrounded by wolves at least 10 times. Until recently, I thought it was just a particularly aggressive pack. To leave this wood, we must walk a few kilometers, then take the truck, which requires us to go 3 to 4 kilometers in an old dirt road. We were returning quietly during the night, when on my right I saw a white light orb around 30 feet from us in the forest, floating 10 feet high in the air. There was no house or road more than 5 kilometers away. We believed it was a hunter or hiker in distress with a flashlight. My brother took his rifle and his headlamp and went to see in the woods. He saw nothing and returned 10 minutes later. When he came back, I was scared. First, he arrived from behind the truck, until he was about within a meter of the truck. What I saw in the rearview mirror was a grizzly bear. Keep in mind, there are no grizzlies in this area. In addition, I asked him why he turned off his lamp for 5 minutes. He tells me he never turned it off, and he always had the truck in sight. There was no drop where he was, and finally, when I could not see his lamp, I saw a moose pass 10 meters ahead of the truck. We were frightened. Finally, he was camping last night with his girlfriend, more than 100 kilometers from this place. During the night, they were awoken again by a pack of wolves that surrounded them. His girlfriend had already reported a year ago having seen this same light orb nearby, and she mentioned that she had seen a grey creature without ears crossing the road on 2 legs. In short, she didn't think about it until she heard our story. The wolves, the lights, the bipedal creature, a strange impression that we are not welcome a few hours before anything happens. We're not really sure what to believe. Could it be a wendigo or something else? What do you think? My friend from Iraq told me a story some time ago about an experience his great-grandfather had with a genie in a ring. I'll go through the story and then the connections I see between the history of the story and my friend's family. The story. My friend was born in Baghdad, but I'm not sure of his family's origin. They are or were devout Christians, so the fact that his mother told me this story in total honesty is a testament to how serious they took the events. The great-grandfather, when he was a young boy, was playing in an abandoned house when he found a ring. Either there was something attached to the ring, or it was there in the building as well. But the way she described it was that it came with the ring. So whatever was attached to the ring was not malevolent. She says it took him all over the world at night and showed him different cities and sights. He accurately described places he had never been and couldn't have known or been to any of these places. This made his mother take the issue seriously. She contacted the local priest and begged him to perform an exorcism. The priest actually says she didn't recommend doing that because this wasn't the kind of spirit you could do that to. She begged anyway, and eventually the priest gave the exorcism and the spirit left forever. No word of what happened to the ring. She said the name of the spirit was Malak Saleh or something like that. Connections. The first connection is, of course, that from the original story the genie comes from a ring. Second is that on the manuscript, which was supposedly translated by a person who shares the last name with my friend's mother, and third is that the manuscript he translated was from Baghdad. Fourth is that the spirit did not grant any wishes or anything like that, but was able to more act independently. Fifth is that the ring was found in an abandoned building, which, according to popular theory, is where jinns tend to dwell. Sixth is that Galland, who wrote the first story to reach Europe, heard the story from a Catholic woman. And seventh is the church where the woman belonged to, and it's the same as my family's friends. In closing, I don't know what more to ask moving forward. I have these connections but no idea how to investigate further. Some of these connections are circumstantial and would only mean anything if the original story were true. And as much, I don't mind assuming the story is true for the purposes of investigating. I'm going to feel really silly if it was complete fiction. What do you guys think? I am an outdoorsman. I'm very experienced in hunting, camping, hiking, and general survival. I'm very familiar and used to wildlife, and I was charged by what I believe was a cryptid called a dogman. It charged me and my cousin. It was not a bear. A bear cannot move how it did, and it was not a normal wolf, as they cannot comfortably run on 2 legs, whereas what charged us seemed natural at doing so. I'm going to elaborate further. This happened around June of 2007. I was around 17 years old, and more cocky then, but still somewhat knowledgeable of the outdoors. My family used to own a cabin in northwest Wisconsin, and I basically grew up there in the summer. I knew the woods well, but at night, it was wise to stay in the cabin, or at least by the bonfire by the beach, because of bears, wolves, and cougars. One of the creepiest things was if you were having a bonfire, the tree line was visible from the fire pit and beach. And at night, you always felt like you were being watched from that tree line. But during the day, the woods always seemed normal, not so creepy. That is until this incident. This happened somewhere between 12 and 2. Me and my cousin were having an airsoft battle, so I was in full woodland camo. He was not. I retreated onto the ATV trail into the woods for a tactical advantage, and our battle took us 200 meters into about a third of the way up the trail. We had enough at this point, and were standing at the edge of a clearing on the trail talking, and he was maybe 10 feet from me. When I decided to mess with him, I shushed him and said, "We're being watched." He froze. Then I realized the woods were dead quiet, and I got spooked and started scanning the tree line and the other edge of the clearing from left to right. When I saw it, its teeth gave it away. It was panting and staring at my cousin. I don't expect you to believe me, but what I saw was a wolf as big as a black bear, at least 300 pounds. But it wasn't normal. This wolf was on 2 legs, crouching next to the tree with its arm grasping with a clawed hand. It had reddish brown fur, and I told my cousin, "We have to go." And the next thing I know, he is sprinting, and I look back at Wolfie, who was locked on and sprinted a few more steps, and then I turned and ran, when it looked like Wolfie was dropping to all 4s. It charged us and sounded right up our asses, barreling through the brush, but for whatever reason, let us go when we broke out of the tree line and headed for the cabin. What stuck with me the most was the sheer size. Wolfie appeared to be nearly 7 feet tall when upright, and that where it should have had front paws, it appeared to have large clawed hands. Now I'm not sure how to explain it away rationally. I have heard wolves will occasionally kind of walk upright, but as far as I know they can't sprint on 2 legs. Nor do wolves get that big, and black bears more waddle on 2 legs. The closest description is silly, but I would say a werewolf or dog man. I'm a filmmaker. I love making short films, and a goal of mine is to be creating indie feature films and owning my own production company. I love the film industry, but for some reason I always tend to be drawn to horror. Perhaps it's my interest in the unknown. A few weeks ago I was getting out some food. I walked past a Salvation Army store, which, for those of you who don't know, they sell used items for very cheap that people donate to them. Besides the store was a small section where they toss out stuff they cannot sell. I decided to look inside and see if there's anything worth picking up, and there was a super creepy toy doll. Now most people would not want to take creepy dolls home with them, but not me. I thought it would make a great prop for a short horror, so I threw it in the trunk of my car. Fast forward 2 weeks, I've made my short film, but decided to keep it, as it might be worth something when I get famous. A few days pass, it's 3 in the morning, and I'm busy writing a script for a potential short film. My wife is in bed, and with the exception of my PC monitor, there's no other light on. In the middle of writing, I hear a doorknob turn, and a door open behind me. I look back to see my walk-in closet door all the way open. Now I'm 100% positive that it opened by itself because we never leave the door open. I get a strange feeling in my gut, but I quickly ignore it and get back to writing. I wasn't scared, but nothing like this has ever happened to me. As a kid, I used to turn off all the lights in my basement, grab a flashlight, and go ghost hunting. My sister and cousin, who I forced to come with me, thought I was crazy. The next day, I was just cleaning around the house, and I brought my laundry to my room. When I tried to open the door to my walk-in closet, it was locked. I didn't even know that it could get locked. It stayed locked until the morning after, and that very night at 3 a.m, I was playing some video games when I heard a click behind me. The bathroom light turned on by itself. I'm 100% sure that it was off before. The strange feeling I had 2 nights ago had returned. Just this morning as I was driving to work, I felt a hand grasp my shoulder and no one else was in the car. Now I'm not sure what is the cause of all this, and I don't want to speculate, but I will update if anything else happens. I don't want to know if this creepy doll is haunting us. This is something that happened to me in 2015 at 11:30 p.m. in Wise River, Montana. I lived alone, and in this remote location, we don't have cable, so the only option is satellite TV. It was a humid summer night in July, and the TV was acting up, so I needed to go out and adjust the satellite as usual. I took a flashlight and a gun with me. When I went outside, it was unusually quiet. I also purchased an AR due to other sightings I'd had, but they weren't credible enough to chalk it up as a dogman. Like so silent, it was unnerving. I brushed the thought off and went to the dish, which is in a corner of the yard. I went to work, making sure all the wires were all right and pointing it to a different angle. Suddenly, I heard a small snap of a stick to my left and turned the flashlight to the direction, and I saw a creature standing there. I got a good look at it for what seemed like an eternity, but was for only about 10 seconds. I slowly backed off and ran back to the house and locked all the doors and windows. The creature was unlike anything I had ever seen before. When I shined the light on it, the first thing I saw was the head. It had cropped ears that pointed upwards. Its snout was narrower than a bear's and longer, and I could make out large teeth protruding from the jaws. Its eyes were a deep red shade that seemed to reflect off the light. The body was muscular and huge. It had long arms that appeared to be longer than its legs, broad shoulders that tapered in a skinnier waist. It was slightly crouched over when I saw it, with one hand wrapped around a small tree. I could make out the legs, which looked similar to a dog's legs. It had obvious hocks, even with the crouched position. It was about my height, which is 6 foot. Standing up to full height, this creature could easily be 7.5 feet tall. The fur was black and thicker around the neck and chest, at the bottom half significantly less so. I don't know if it was aggressive or not. What I know is I had a feeling of dread unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Was it just observing me or stalking me? For a creature this large, it was deceivingly silent. It got within 15 yards of me without me noticing it. All I knew was I needed to get out of there and not find out. I don't live on the property anymore, but after the event, I never had another face-to-face encounter. But I would hear sounds in the woods I couldn't explain. They would start off relatively quiet and would work up to furious howls and screams, and then back to quiet. I don't know if this was the same thing, because it could just be local wildlife. The location this encounter took place was 61720 Mountain Highway 43, Wise River, 59762. in case you wanted to see the location for yourself. I'm a native in the Kiowa tribe. Whether this has any bearing on the occurrence that I'm about to describe, I don't know. It's merely for descriptive purposes. In any case, I grew up in a housing addition where most of the Kiowas in my hometown live since the addition was built. There were several other kids my age who lived there as well. It consists of 3 streets connected by 2 streets on either side. My grandma lives on one of the corners at the end of the middle street. The street that connects all 3 main streets is bordered by a standard-sized farmer barbed wire fence, with farmers' properties on either side. There's a street lamp on the corner just outside my grandma's house. One night when I was about 15 or so, I was out under that lamp with 2 friends, talking and joking and whatnot. Suddenly, I notice an animal-like figure sitting by the fence in the corner, where the other main street starts. There's a street lamp, and there's a well, but the figure was sitting in a spot that was obscured by shadows caused by a couple of large trees with overhanging branches. It is facing away from the fence. It's very still and makes no sound. It appears to be all black, sits on its hind legs like a canine, and I can clearly see into its eyes, emitting a soft yellow glow. I point it out to my friend and ask, "What is that?" They turn to look, and we all stare, trying to make sense of it. It looks straight at us for a few seconds that seem like an eternity. Then in one fluid motion, turning while it jumps over the fence, which is a good 5 feet high, it disappears into the darkness, making no sound, though there was only tall grass and fallen leaves and branches on the other side of the fence. Needless to say, we noped right out of there, and went to my friend's grandma's house on the street on the far end of where we saw the creature. My family was at Powell, so nobody was at my grandma's house, and there was no way I was staying there alone after that. We told my friend's grandma what we saw, and she told us there are many mysterious things in the dark in the area of Oklahoma, and that we should just be glad that it wasn't malignant. There are many strange things that happen out there. I've grown up with loads more stories from aunts, uncles, and grandparents. I don't think I want to know what it was. This happened around 1920 to 1930. My late great-grandfather was in Tennessee hunting for raccoons at night with his buddy. He was armed with a double barrel that is currently still in my grandfather's possession, and his buddy had a .22. They also brought 2 dogs with them. They were deep into a trail along a fence when they heard a crunch above them. Thank God. They look up to see a large black animal, 7 feet long with a tail, watching them from the tree. It's silent, and my great-grandfather's buddy fired a single shot at the creature, and it completely tanked it, jumped down about 15 feet, and went berserk. The description my great-grandfather gave was that it had the jaws of a dog, and it looked strong enough to lift a 14-pound dog off the ground and kill it with a chomp. A 12-gauge round to the shoulder slowed it down, but not for long. It swipes the other dog, killing it almost instantly. His friend tries to run, but the animal swipes at him, hardly nicking his back and tearing his shirt half off his body. My great-grandfather fires his last shot into the animal's stomach and throws down his gun. The animal has most of his attention on his buddy, who is holding a lantern out in front of him and is growling like nothing he's heard before. My great-grandfather takes this chance to yank a fence post out off the ground and beat the animal. He clubs it over the head and spine-killing it for a few strong hits. It whimpered like a dog. After a better examination, they describe the animal as having a big wolf's head, big old paws with claws like a bear, and a skinny but strong body. It had long black hair and a long tail like a puma. They abandoned the hunt and gut the animal so they can drag the body about 2 miles back to the cabin where my great-grandfather lived. This is where the story gets weird. Apparently they take it to a guy with a scientific background in zoology. The man eventually gets back to them, telling them to stay out the forest at night, with no explanation about what the animal was. This story was retold to me by my grandfather, so some things might be twisted by memory, but my grandfather swears full truth on his part. One more important detail about the story is my great-grandfather's position on the identity of the animal. Him and his body, along with my great-grandmother who had seen the body, are adamant on the fact that this was not a bear or a panther, and the head was just like a wolf's. That's the part that gets me. Bears and predatory cats use claws a lot, but wolves not so much, but they are sure it had a wolf-like head. I'm from a religious family, but from a young age have been skeptical and a critic of religion in general. This singular experience has been enough for me to wonder whether there really is a God, or perhaps more to this world than we think. I was maybe 11 years old at the time. It was midday and mainline electricity had just come back on, and my father had asked me to turn the generators off, which were located on the 3rd floor of the house. I walk up the stairs, thinking about the dinner my mother was making, and how I couldn't wait to have some chicken. I reach the 3rd floor, which is accessed through the 2nd floor balcony, turn the generator off, and start making my way down. As I'm walking down the stairs, I see it out of the corner of my eye, standing in front of the 2nd floor entrance into the house. I focus my gaze on it, in complete disbelief of what I'm seeing. I remember very vividly telling myself not to take my eyes off it, so I could gauge if it were real or not. It being a black-cloaked figure/man, the length of the door, with only its head and its hands exposed, that were a red/pink hue, like the flesh had been burnt or melted. Its gaze was piercing. My legs turned to jelly. I lost balance, falling down the stairs, but managing to hold on to the railings. And when I looked back, it was gone. I raced downstairs in complete horror, asking my father if he had seen it, or if he was just pulling a prank on me. But he just looked at me like I was crazy, and said I was imagining things. I know for sure it wasn't some fragment of my imagination. When I told my aunt this story, she told me her son had also seen him, a man in the house, but thought that he was talking nonsense. I have no family history of schizophrenia. This has never happened to me before, and it hasn't happened since. I still get goosebumps thinking about it 14 years later. Has anyone seen something resembling this? My closest guess is that it could have been a djinn. I've got a few weird experiences from my grandparents' house, here in rural Mississippi, that I've never been quite able to explain. To start, I'd like to say I'm a very objective and logical person. Not bragging, just my own personality that I recognize. If something happens, I generally never let my mind wander to crazy, far-fetched places. The first experience happened when I was 11, while watching TV with my grandmother Mimi. I thought everything was normal until I turned to look at her. She was staring right through me, both eyes dilated and glazed over. "Mimi?" I asked, and she turned her head unnaturally quickly upwards and reached her hand up and said in a slow, soft voice, "It's so fluffy. Soft, airy, touch it." And then slowly let her arms down and went right back to watching TV. Obviously, I was in shock and even whimpered a little bit because I just couldn't understand what happened. She heard me and asked if I was okay, and I just kept asking her what she meant and why she did that, but she was confused and tried to calm me down. She didn't remember any of it. She was young for a grandma at the time and never showed any signs of dementia or Alzheimer's since. Nothing at all since that day, and she's always been of sound mind. The next story took place a few years later. I was 15 now, and at the time my brother was 17, and it was pretty late at night. My grandparents' property is surrounded by woods on both sides, leading to a deep forest on the left, one of evergreen, and ending with a lake with other houses within throwing distance. I've grown up my whole life in those woods and have seen many critters and was never really scared of them. They were more of a place of comfort and aloneness. I digress. Back to the story. My brother and I were walking up the long driveway that ended at the road. Because we kept hearing noises like moving branches by the tree line, we thought we should check it out. We both knew whatever is in the woods was more likely to be a raccoon, possum, or coyote. Whatever. We knew that we could easily overpower it if necessary. On our way back from investigating, I heard walking behind us and turned around to see. It was pretty dark, and the only thing we had for light was from my phone, which wasn't much, and all I could see were these two bright eyes staring back, maybe 3 to 4 feet from the ground. I don't know what it was, but even now thinking about those eyes and its presence filled me with the most horrific dread imaginable. It's like all my blood turned to ice, and I couldn't stop shaking. It wasn't just basic instinctual fear, but absolute dread. I immediately grabbed my brother's arm and ran as fast as I could to the porch, which had a light that shines about 10 feet into the yard. Whatever this thing was followed us, and when I made it to the porch and turned around, it had stopped just outside of the light, just enough to see those eyes. The way it swayed almost made me vomit. I've never seen any animal sway like that and move its head so oddly. This thing was too large to be a rabid raccoon or coyote. My brother and I quickly got inside and turned off all the lights and hid under our blankets. Over the span of a week, I've had a number of strange encounters. It started when I was sitting in a vacant lot, with my buddy shooting the shit. We'd heard dogs crying and howling. We made a few jokes out of it, but then we watched a deer walk out, and it just didn't look right. It looked like something trying to look like a deer. Its legs didn't move right, and it looked like it was drunk. The deer eventually takes off, and we start to hear the dogs howling and sounding distressed. I was thoroughly spooked. Being native, I've heard plenty of spooky stories about skinwalkers, and as I started to drive, we both noted a putrid smell. The following night, as we were driving through town, I smelt it again. Rotten meat is the best description I have at the moment. A deer who looks odd, like the one spotted the night before, runs out and stares at my vehicle before darting off into the darkness. As we finish driving down the streets, we hear a man scream and nope the hell out of there. We head back to his house and sit and chill on the deck and theorize about what just happened, and we hear a low whistle. As I was walking back out to my vehicle, I could hear dogs howling again. A large black dog runs out from a house and stares me down before it takes off. I drove home with just the worst feeling of dread and uneasiness. I worked the next night as a security guard and had a small area to patrol, literally 2 trailers of equipment. I had walked around the trailers once and was about to do it once more when I heard an owl very close by. I kept walking and found a large feather in between these trailers. I was just there. It was laying right where I had shined my flashlight and seen nothing. I went home and was laying in bed and heard something walking around smacking the side of my house and heard something trying to open my bedroom window. I'm trying to be as rational as I can, but I'm starting to get freaked out. Could it potentially be a skinwalker? When I was a kid, I slept in a bedroom with a window overlooking my backyard, with woods directly behind it. My bed was positioned right next to the window, so that when I sat up in bed, I would look to my left and out the window. I had blinds on the window that I would always leave open, but my dad would always yell at me to close the blinds so that no one could look in. One night, I woke up out of a deep sleep with a strange feeling like someone was watching me. My blinds were 3/4 of the way down, and I remember the moon was illuminating some of the yard. I sat up in my bed and felt very, very scared. I was never one to get scared or wake up in the middle of the night, and I didn't have to pee or feel sick, so there was no reason I would have woken up. But I had a really strong feeling to look outside. I remember I lifted the blinds up further and was paralyzed with fear. In my yard, I could clearly see some animal-like creature. This was before I used the internet, or even knew anything about creatures, but I knew straight off the bat this wasn't an animal. It was massive and so dark, it was the darkest black. It looked so unnatural. The creature was not moving, just standing creepily. It had 4 legs, small pointy-like ears, and a face kind of human-like, but not human. It wasn't looking towards the woods or directly at me, but I felt like the thing knew I saw it, and I immediately laid down and didn't want to ever see it again. My head, when I laid down, wasn't directly next to the window. It was closer to my legs, so I had to sit up again to pull the blinds all the way down, and when I sat up, I couldn't help but look outside again, and the creature had moved closer to my window, but was sitting/standing in the same position as before, but its head was facing me this time, and I put the blinds down and laid down so fast with the covers over me, and eventually fell asleep after the adrenaline wore off. The strange thing is, after this encounter, I almost wanted to see the creature again. Every time I woke up after that night, I would peek through the blinds to see if anything was lurking near the woods. I asked my sisters if they had seen anything like it, but they said no, and they would never look outside at night. The woods aren't there anymore either. They built a train going through my backyard, so who knows what it was or where it ended up. This was in New England. This story took place in a town in Iraq. It was told to me by my father. My family's neighbors were 2 brothers who lived with their sister, and one day they came to my father seeking help. Apparently their sister had disappeared and they couldn't find her. The father helped them look for her, and they searched everywhere, including police stations and hospitals, but they couldn't find her. Eventually they got really desperate and started visiting Sears. None of them helped as expected. They'd take the money and give no valuable information. They felt hopeless until a man visited them offering his help. He asked for no money, but he said he needed a girl or boy who hadn't hit puberty for his ritual. So my father and the 2 brothers asked their one neighbor who happened to have a little girl for help. Everyone, including my father, 2 brothers, and the seer and the little girl's parents, gathered in one room. The man started blindfolding the child, taking out 2 cards with words in an unknown language written on them, and reading them aloud. He asked the child to open her eyes and describe what she saw while blindfolded. The girl said she was in front of a forest and could see a castle with 2 tall beings standing guard. The man tells her to not be afraid and go inside, because the guards wouldn't say anything to her. She enters the castle and sees a man with red eyes sitting on a chair. The seer tells her to ask the man with the red eyes about the missing woman, but she says that he won't answer. He just turns his face away. The seer then puts his hand near the girl's head and crosses her fingers and says, "Tell me or I'll burn you." The girl starts perfectly describing the incident, how the woman was assaulted by a thief and then hospitalized afterwards. They found the woman in the same hospital the girl mentioned, and everything she said was confirmed to be true. And the seer? My father doesn't know what happened to him. I don't think they ever heard from him again. So this happened tonight at around 1 o'clock. I was finishing up my homework when I started hearing what sounded like a new puppy, and it was crying. 10 minutes passed by with the non-stop howls, when I started to hear them right outside my window. Bear in mind that I live on the 3rd floor, and my room is right next to the balcony. I freaked out for a few seconds, but my rational mind thought that the puppy might have escaped, and it was lost, and that would be the reason for its crying. I peeked through the curtains to see what kind of dog it was, but there was no dog at all. In fact, there was nothing. I got worried thinking that the damn dog might have fallen and killed itself. So I get out of my room, and before I open the door of the balcony, I heard a thick and heavy growling, like the ones you hear in horror movies. But it felt extremely real and natural. My whole body just froze, and I couldn't move from the fear. I heard the growling about 6 times before I ran back to my room. I'm still scared as hell, and I have never in my 20 years of life heard anything like it. I decided to record it, but I couldn't find my phone at the time. And then I heard the most terrifying scream, like an animal being tortured. I can describe it as a mixture between a wolf and a bear. I peeked through the window once again, and every single one of the houses had their lights on. I saw my neighbors looking through the windows, and I heard a lot of dogs barking at the same time. The whole neighborhood was disturbed by this. My downstairs neighbors called me and asked if I heard anything. They were also terrified and scared. They called the police to see if there was anything they could do, but they said it could have just been a coyote or a wolf. I know how both those animals sound, and they definitely don't sound like a damn hellhound. I'm scared and unable to sleep, and I would like to know what the hell just happened. I was about 14 years old when this first thing happened to me. I was home alone during the holidays. I got a few inches of snow where I lived. I was looking out the window and saw deer tracks right by my house. I noticed that they were very close to my house, so I walked outside to check it out. When I first saw the normal deer prints, but as the steps got closer to my house, the strides got longer and longer. Then finally, as I got to the back door, I looked down and saw that the animal tracks looked nothing like an animal, as if it started to walk on 2 legs. It looked almost as if it were a human footprint that were about the size of mine. I froze and looked around to see the footprints continued around my house until they walked right back into the woods. I've taken a video of what I found but deleted it because I thought no one would ever believe me, as it was hard to see the prints in the video. I never spoke about it until this next event. This was April 2018. I'm 18 years old and woke up at 4 a.m. one night and was very confused as to why. I didn't have a dream that would wake me, and right as I started to fall back asleep, I began to hear this drumming. It sounded like something close to tribal drumming that you hear in old Western movies that's featured in Native Americans. I woke up with fear and rolled away from the window and pulled the covers over my head. I heard it closer and closer to my window. I could hear my brother from the other room yelling for help. My dad comes downstairs trying to figure out what's wrong when I hear him stop mid-sentence to observe the noise. He went right around my house to my brother's window and then just stopped. I went to sleep as soon as it ceased. My eldest brother came up to me the next day and asked me if I heard the drumming, along with my dad and my brother's girlfriend at the time. To add to how creepy the whole thing was, I went outside to investigate what happened, and we saw not only footprints to my window and my brother's, but no indication of where it went once it stopped playing. We also saw by the mailbox that whatever was playing the drums sat down before coming to my window. Now, I knew what a Skinwalker was before the two events happened, and I'm convinced that somehow these two events are related. It was 4 years apart, but I just can't shake the feeling of these two things that happened at my house. This is what happened to my cousin and I at a fishing trip. Till this day, my cousin and I can still not explain what we have seen. My cousin's family is located in Lansdale, and one night his family and I decided to head to a dock to fish at night. They planned to catch catfish during the night, and my cousin and I opted to walk towards the path to the end of the dock. At this time of day, the dock was almost pitch black, with a few lights on the dock path. Well, by the time we reached the end of the dock, we saw a small bridge connected to the dock and leading into the woods across the water from the dock. We decided to walk on the bridge to the woods and see who gets scared and runs back to the dock. Halfway over the bridge, we see a trash can under a light post, and next to the trash can was this person-like figure. My cousin and I believe at first it was just clothes piled up to resemble a person. But we both walk up to it, and that's when the pile of clothes/person looks up through its hood of a hoodie, looking straight at us while the light is directly on top of it. When we looked into the hoodie while the light is shining right on it, we saw pure darkness, no face, even when the light was shining in the hoodie. We freaked out and ran. We came back with family members and friends to show them what we saw, and when we returned, there was nothing. Till this day we believe we saw a djinn, or something our brains couldn't possess. Everyone else believes it was just a homeless person, but my husband and I know what we saw, and it was pure darkness. This morning, I left the house early, 4:45 to be exact. I had an early appointment and needed to drive about 3 hours to get to my destination. I usually take the main roads, but I decided to take the back roads that drive through an Indian reservation. That road would save me about 45 minutes, and I would have plenty of time when I get to my appointment. I have heard the stories about skinwalkers, and I never thought I'd see one. This morning, I'm sure I did. I was driving about 60 on a reservation road when I came across a herd of horses. I slowed down, thinking that a horse might cross my path and that I might have an accident. I didn't see any other cars on that road. Something caught the corner of my eye. It was something shadowy and moving beside my car. I turned to look at it, and it was just outside my view, and I looked into the mirror. That's when I saw a face. It looked like an old woman. The face was painted white. It looked horrible. It was ghastly, very wicked and ugly looking. I looked away and screamed and slammed on the gas. I was in full panic, with no intention of looking back, and I kept driving as quickly as I could. I was a mess. I wanted to cry and pull over and try to get some composure, but I wouldn't dare stop on that road. I finally made it to the main road, and I felt at ease that there were more cars on the road. My heart was racing, and I was having a panic attack. I'll never take that road again. I have no idea what I saw, but I'm guessing that it was a skinwalker. I had something very bizarre and scary happen the other day. My wife and I were taking our dog out for a run. Call me weird, but one of the most beautiful spots in our small town is the cemetery. We take her there once a week to run around the area. Don't worry, she doesn't run on graves or anything like that, so everything's going well. We get there, let the dog out, and go park in our usual spot. She comes running back very fast, and I can tell she seems spooked. Odd, but okay, because she always wants to run to every tree and smell it. It's normally a pain in the ass to get her ready to leave, so we figured we should head out and find a different spot to let her run. On our way out, we see an oddly shaped rock on top of the ridge just outside the cemetery. My wife stopped the car so we could get a better look. Something felt odd, so my wife gives out a little whistle to confirm it was nothing, and it lifts its head. She whistles once more, a little louder than the first time, and it turns to look at us. This person, or whatever it seemed to be at that moment, just sat there with its head cocked in our direction. The face, no joke, looked like a dog. A big, brown dog with a very large, long snout. Yet this dog had arms and looked like it was using a smartphone. This overwhelming sense of fear comes over me, and I tell my wife to drive and to get out of there as fast as possible. I swear on my life, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's crazy the fear you feel when you see something you simply cannot explain. I plan on going back there on my days off to see if I can find some evidence. It is to be understood that jinns are beings that have different types of power. Some can fly, some shapeshift. They can see us, but we could not see them unless they show themselves to us. They're beings created from a smokeless fire, apparently. So anyway, I was in Pakistan and visiting family that live in a small village on the outskirts of the city. There's a woman living here who's a bit crazy. I mean, stare at her and she will throw stones at you crazy. I was minding my own business when I noticed her looking at me. This really freaked me out. The next day, it was really raining hard in the middle of summer. It was 1 a.m. and me and my cousin are on the roof and we hear something. We look below and see a woman, that woman, walking across the street, talking to herself loudly, holding a candle. The candle flame was blue, and the rain could not extinguish the flame. We ran inside and all prayed. The next day we went to speak to the local imam or priest, and he said that he suspects that she is possessed, but she wasn't harming anyone, and there was no proof supporting our claim. We told my uncle what happened. He got annoyed and physically dragged me to her home. It was so dark and creepy. He asked her about the night, and she said she had no idea what I was talking about, and that kids have the wildest imaginations. As we were leaving, she said to me, "Poor Jimmy." I didn't really understand it. We go back home to England, and then I find out my cat Jimmy died. On the same day, she said, "Poor Jimmy," to me. This was at about 3:35 in the afternoon, and it was clear as day, obviously. And I live in Harriman, Utah. It's known for skinwalkers, especially Skinwalker Ranch. But I am very sure of what I saw. My mum and I had just got back from picking me up from school, and we also got McDonald's on our way back. My house has these huge windows that face the mountain, because we basically live on it, and there are only a few other things behind us. But I was just enjoying eating my McDonald's and watching the TV, when I saw a large, dark figure running on the mountain. This thing was taller than the trees, which were about 8 feet tall, and was running faster than a human can through trees and sagebrush type weeds. At first I thought nothing of it, because I assumed it must be an elk or something. Then I realized it was running on 2 legs, and the last time I checked, elk or deer don't run on 2 legs. I began freaking out, and to this day still don't know what it was. I ran to get my stepdad's binoculars, but it was already too late. Could it be a skinwalker? About 2 years ago, my best friend and I were driving home from late night classes. We live in a rural area and take these roads daily. We've had a few strange encounters on these roads, but this one stuck with me. It was pretty dark, and we were going about 40 miles an hour. I never drive faster than that on these roads because of deer and other wildlife. The roads had a few houses on them, so it wasn't completely wooded. I'm driving along and see some eyes and a dark figure that resembled a dog. I stop the car to let it cross the road. It runs across the road, and at the edge of the bank it stands on its hind legs and runs like a human. My friend and I are scared because of how creepy this is. We tried to register what we saw and decided that it possibly wasn't a dog. It may have been something else. It was too small or skinny to be a bear. All I can conclude is that I saw a skinny canine creature running across the road, then stand on its hind legs and run into the woods. This happened a few years ago when I was mountain walking. We started as a large group, but after some time of everyone choosing their own pace, I ended up walking by myself. I was walking downhill through a thick forest area when I slipped on an unstable part of the trail, and I slid on my butt to where the path goes straight. Before I could get up, a deer walks out of the trees on my left and stands in front of me. This was not natural, because deers usually avoid human contact. Something was really off about this deer, and I wasn't sure what it was. Its eyes looked lifeless, and its aura was that of unease. Then it opened its mouth to show multiple rows of what looked like razor-sharp teeth, and made an ear-shattering scream. It sounded like nothing I had ever heard before or since. It sounded unreal, like it shouldn't exist. I watched quite a lot of horror movies, and I'm yet to come across a scream this demonic. After the scream ended, it closed its jaw and walked away to the other side of the woods. I never told this story to anyone before. I've heard the stories of other mountain walkers, and anyone who shares stories like this gets labeled as insane. But I know what I saw. Hell, I can't forget, no matter how much I try, and it still gives me a shiver to this day. I live in the countryside, in an old cottage on its own, surrounded by forest and fields. There's a dirt road about 8 miles long, which takes you to a small town called Bampton, in Oxfordshire. It was about 11 p.m, and I went out with my dog to take him on a walk, as I had been at work all day and hadn't done it yet. So anyway, we were going down the dirt road when my dog froze. And no matter how many times I said his name, he ignored me. All of a sudden I turn to see this deer thing looking at me. Half dead face, and it had blood and flesh falling off its leg. It had a bone showing, and it stared at me for what felt like 8 minutes before it jumped on its back legs, sort of like how a horse does, then ran away on all fours. I ran back to my house, and when I got there I heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the direction of the woods. I was scared, to say the least. What the hell was that? I remember growing up that I used to spend a few weekends at my grandparents' place. They lived on the reservation, not too far from the Bitsty wilderness. My grandpa used to have these 3 dogs. He called them his protectors. He used to tell me that they were his alarm system, and they would alert him if anything approached the house. He told me that something would visit them at night, and the dogs would go crazy, bark, and chase something around the house at night. My grandpa had asked me to start digging large holes in the ground so that he could bury the dogs' houses underground. My grandpa said that it would give the dogs an advantage at night. Whatever came at night wouldn't be able to see them until it was too late. Several days went by and it was quiet. Nothing visited the house at night. But one moonless night, it was very dark, and I heard the first dog to the north barking. He started to make a growling sound, and it sounded like he was fighting something. I heard the 2 other dogs come running up to help the other one. I heard a yelp, and by then my grandpa was already up and shot his rifle in the air. Whatever came that night had left, and the dogs settled down. The next morning we found blood and some long hair around the dog's house, and my grandpa found a finger that had a turquoise ring still on the finger. He believed that a dog had ripped off the finger of a skinwalker. After my parents had heard about the commotion, I couldn't stay there much longer, and I had to leave. About a week later, the dogs had died. 2 of them had died from their skin being torn from their bodies, and the other one was decapitated. My grandparents had to enlist the help of a medicine man to keep the skinwalker away.